will get the show on the road. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. On this cold Friday morning, my name is Craig Hickman. I represent State Senate District 14, 11 towns in Southern Kennebec County, and I'm pleased to say that I am the new Senate Chair of this committee. The Honorable former Senator Louis Lucchini has left very large shoes to fill. I will do my best in modeling his fairness, his ability to listen, to provide consensus to the committee, and to always read and be prepared. I have served on this committee with the former senator for almost 6 years, 2 complete sessions and part of a third. He was here for 5 complete sessions and part of a 6th. And so I've learned a lot from him, and I hope again to fill his shoes. My father is probably smiling down from heaven. The work we have on our agenda today is around voting. We have a Vietnam War memorial, and we are going to talk about liquor. And my father was a Tuskegee Airman on the ground. He marched in the civil rights movement in the 60s, and he worked at Pabst Brewing Company for 30 years in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, because he could not get a job as an air traffic controller, which was his specialty. So I will thank President Jackson for putting me here. These issues are near and dear to my heart, and I will do my best. With that, we're going to have 4 public hearings this morning. We will have 4 work sessions this afternoon. After our first public hearing, we will have a presentation from Sam Prower on Veterans Memorial Remembrance Day, and we are legislatively authorized to review that. But before we begin our work and our agenda, we will do committee introductions. I will begin with Senator Mearmont and welcome him to the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee, because he has been appointed as well to be new to this committee. So Senator Mearmont, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Senator Hickman, and thanks everyone. It's great to be over here. They told me if I was on this committee, you'd stop killing my bills that I bring before it. So I was really excited to come over. And that might not end up being true, but still. And I represent Senate District 12, which is Knox County, except for the town of Washington. It's great to join you.
Representative Wood.
Good morning. I'm not used to being at the beginning. I'm usually a W at the end. Hi, I'm Representative Barb Wood, and I represent House District 38, which is the western end of the peninsula in Portland.
Representative Kinney.
Good morning, I'm Mary Ann Kinney. I represent House District 99, which are 9 towns in western Waldo County: Brooks, Vernon, Freedom, Jackson, Knox, Monroe, Thorndike, Troy, and Unity.
Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to especially welcome you and welcome Senator Mearmont, my co-chair on Marine, so he can keep track of me everywhere. I'm Representative Jay McCray, representing Harpswell, West Bath, and Northeast Brunswick in the House.
Representative Corey.
Good morning, I'm Patrick Corey, represent House District 25, which is part of Windham.
Representative Supika.
I'm Representative Laura Spika, and I represent House District 126, which is a portion of Bangor, and I want to congratulate Senator Hickman on his appointment. Happy to see you here, and welcome Senator Mearmont to our committee.
Thank you. And Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris Chiazzo, House District 28, West Scarborough. I also want to extend, of course, my gratitude for you coming in and bringing in your experience with this committee. As you know, it's very complicated and complex. So that institutional and personal knowledge will be greatly appreciated for sure. And as much as I joke with Senator Mearmont, I did serve with the good senator on energy and utilities and tabling, and hopefully we do not repeat some of those same debates on this committee. But I very much enjoy working with the senator and look forward to working with both of you guys to craft some great policy for the rest of the session. So
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We also have with us Karen Montel, our committee clerk, who will be available to answer any technical questions. We have our analyst, Sam Prower, with us today, and we also have Janet Stucco, who will be covering other bills that we get into later in the day. So with that, I'm going to turn the meeting over to our very able chair, co-chair, Mr. Representative Chris Chiazzo, because I will be presenting the first bill of the morning's public hearing session.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. This committee is assembled electronically today for the purpose of inviting public comment on legislation. Before we get started, I'd like to share some information related to the fact that this meeting is being conducted using an electronic format. This meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. This means that anyone who is participating in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. People on the Zoom meeting waiting to testify cannot be seen or heard until they are called upon to speak. This meeting will be recorded and available to view on the committee's YouTube channel soon after this meeting has concluded. You should also know that if you are called in to testify, you may momentarily appear as though you've been dropped from the meeting. This is normal, so it takes a second or two for you to come in, but be rest assured you will reappear, and then you'll be able to provide your testimony when you're brought in. Just a reminder, the Zoom chat function is for technical information only. There should be no substantive discussion on the Zoom chat by anyone. And then just to start off, we'll be conducting our business as usual. For each bill heard today, I or my co-chair will call on co-sponsors, sponsors and co-sponsors to speak first. When called upon, you will be promoted to the attendee section from participant. After presentation by sponsors and co-sponsors, we will call on members of the public based on how they registered. We'll start with those for the bill, then against the bill, and finally end with neither for nor against the bill. When you are called upon, I will ask you to state your name, your place of residence, and the organization you represent, if any. I think, let's see, some final reminders. We are continuing to use the clock. I assume Senate Chair. We didn't discuss that, but we try and keep things on task. So I will be the Grim Reaper today and be running the clock. So I will gently try and remind people when their time is expired. So please try and pay attention to that. Having said that, we will open the public hearing on LD 1852, which is a resolve authorizing the Maine National Guard to sell certain property in Hollowell. And I will return it back to my distinguished colleague, the good Chairman Hickman, to introduce this resolution. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Chiazzo and other distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs, I'm still Craig Hickman, representing Senate District 14, 11 towns in Southern Kennebec County. I'm here to present LD 1852, a resolve authorizing the Maine National Guard to sell certain property in Hollowell. This is a very straightforward piece of legislation. Town officials in Hollowell reached out to me to propose this resolve because they would like to acquire from the Maine National Guard these properties. The original bill was slated at 2 acres and 1 parcel. It turns out the description of that property is actually 3 parcels totaling 7 acres. And so when I finish momentarily, town officials from Hollowell and the National Guard, if they are here, will explain to the committee why the town of Hollowell, the city of Hollowell, excuse me, would like to acquire these parcels. And so with that, I'll take any questions, but I think they might be better reserved for the town officials in the city of Hollowell. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any questions for the senator from the committee? All right, seeing none, I do see Deputy Director Young in for the Department of Veterans and Emergency Management. I will bring him in. I assume he is the one who's going to be testifying. Let me bring him in, but I also see Dave Richmond in there as well. So I'll bring them both in. Give them a second to join us. Good morning, Representative Dolph. Wait for audio to connect. Good morning, Representative Dolph and Representative Harrington. If you'd like, before we bring in Director Young and Director Richmond, if you want to do your introductions, you're welcome to. Start with Representative Dolph.
Good morning, Representative Josanne Dolph from District 115, which is Roxbury, Rumford, Milton, Sumner, and Woodstock. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Harrington.
Good morning, everyone. Representative Matt Harrington. I represent part of the city of Sanford in House District 19.
Thank you, Representative. Welcome, Director Young, Director Richmond. I assume, Director Young, you have written testimony that you've submitted. Would you care to speak to this, or would it be Director Richmond? And sir, you're on mute. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm back and forth on that one. Thank you. Well, good morning, Representative Chiazzo. I will speak to the bill, but first, let me congratulate Senator Hickman. Senator, we certainly look forward to continuing to work with you on the VLA and now in your new role as the chair. I believe Commissioner Farnham, Major General Farnham, has reached out to you and let us know if we can do anything for you.
Thank you, sir.
As far as testimony, I submitted a letter of information. Hopefully you got it, if I got it right in getting stuff into the system. The short of it is that we were contacted by the city of Hollowell. We explained to them the process by which we are allowed to sell properties. We routinely do it with the authority and authorization of the legislature. I assume that's why they approached Senator Hickman, because we explained the process to them. We did identify what Senator Hickman just noted, is that the parcel that was referenced in the bill is up from a tax map, and actually there are 3 deeds that represent that parcel of land that I think that they want to acquire. And we don't have a need for the property. It's not of useful purpose for us to develop. I believe it's kind of in a wooded area over near where they are planning or have a recreation program, and we'd be willing to sell it. We understand that would be in accordance with the 37B section 264, which authorizes the sale. We have to get a appraisal, so it has to be sold at appraised value, and it goes into an account, a capital repair, maintenance, construction, acquisition account for the Maine National Guard, which has some limitations in it as well. If we have a project in that account that's over 500,000, we have to get approval from the legislature first, and we do provide reports for any money that we spend out of that account. We're not anticipating a lot of money out of this piece of property, but we don't really know what the appraised value is at this time. So that's about all I have to offer relative to this bill, and I'm certainly willing to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Director Young. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Director Richmond, I didn't mean to put you on the spot there. I don't know if you wanted to add anything.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing to add.
Excellent, excellent. Representative Corey.
Sorry, I should have asked this question during the last speaker. Does the National Guard pay taxes or pay fees in lieu of taxes on that piece of property in Hollowell, or how does that work with regard to property taxes?
Well, I'm not 100% sure on the fee or taxes. I will tell you this, that we didn't really even know that we had that property until the city of Hollowell approached us. It was property that was deeded to the military, to the state of Maine back in 1937. And we think that it served as an observation point during World War II. So I don't believe that we were paying taxes or fees, or we would have had more visibility of that property.
Right. Okay, cool. So no, I was curious. That doesn't really affect how I'm going to vote on this, but I just, do you know, with regard to other National Guard properties, do you guys do fees in lieu of taxes or anything like that? Or how does that work? Is it just considered because it's the state, there's not a property tax assessed, or?
Yeah, I spent a lot of years managing facilities for the Air National Guard in Maine, and we never paid any fees or taxes on the property that we had. So
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thank you, gentlemen. Up next, we have those registered to speak for. I have Gary Lamb, who is the city manager from Hollowell, and I believe he may have replied to your answer, Representative Corey, in the chat, but we will bring him in and give him the opportunity to do that live. So give him a second to come in here. Mr. Lamb, can you hear us?
There we go. Yes, thank you very much.
We can hear you, sir, but we can't see you. So if you're okay with that, you can proceed whenever you like.
Well, let's try the magic camera here. Thank you,
Perfect.
Senator Hippen and Representative Caiazzo. My name is Gary Lamb. I'm the city manager in Hollowell. Happy to be here to testify in favor of this bill. Pretty straightforward. I don't need a whole lot of other information from me. We will work out the actual price details of this purchase with some more perhaps survey and appraisal information. But this land abuts existing conservation land for Hollowell for both motorized, non-motorized trails. And it would be a strong addition to Conservation Commission and city holdings here in this teeny tiny city, I'm sorry, of 5 square miles. So I think with that, I'll just answer any questions the committee might have.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the town manager? Well, we have him here.
City manager.
City manager. Apologies, sir, of course.
I get fined 25 cents on that.
Show me where the jar is. I'll put mine in. All right, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
That concludes everybody registered to speak on this bill. If there's anybody in the attendee room who wishes to speak on LD 1852 or is not yet, please raise your virtual hand and we will bring you into the meeting. All right, seeing none, then we will conclude the public hearing on LD 1852. I don't see anything. It seems like everybody's on board with this. So if the committee is willing, I will entertain a motion to go into work session for the purpose of voting on LD 1852. Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd make a motion to move to work session on LD 1852.
Motion by Representative McCray. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Representative McCray, seconded by Representative Wood to go into work session. I think we can just do a show of hands. Those in favor of going to work session, please raise your hand and leave them up so Karen can count them, please.
I have 9. Is that correct?
Well, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, I concur. All right. So it's unanimous. Then we will open up the work session for LD 1852. Sam, I don't mean to put you on the spot, of course, because I know you haven't had time to probably write anything up. But anything on the surface that you want to mention to us at all before we move forward?
There isn't a lot, but I figured since Senator Hickman had provided the committee with a draft amendment based on the information provided by the Hollowell City Manager, that I might pull that up on the screen so you could all see it. And then I can just walk through the section of Title 37B that that shows this requirement that the legislature approve these sales. Does that make sense?
That'd be great. Yes, thank you.
All right, can everybody see that?
Yes.
So I had helped Senator Hickman prepare this draft for the committee today. And what we've done is to make clear the things that are getting changed or added, I've just highlighted anywhere that the language is getting changed, and the strike throughs are part of the old bill that are getting removed, and the non-strike through is the new language. So this basically all this amendment does is it corrects the acreage for the parcel of land to be sold, and it also adds another reference to help identify the land. So originally the land, in the original bill, the land was only identified on the Hollowell tax map, and that's still included here. It's included on tax map 19 as lot 23, but it also, now the amendment refers to the Kennebec County Registry of Deeds as well. And that's I think just to help identify with more specificity of the included parcel of land. And it's pretty straightforward. This little paragraph at the bottom was originally in the body of the bill right here, as you can see. So we just moved it when we restructured the section. So that's the amendment. I'll pause here if there are any questions.
Thank you, Sam. Very well done on the spot. I apologize again for putting you in that spot, in that position. So
no worries.
I appreciate the analysis for sure. Any questions from the committee? All right, Sam, did you want to continue?
Yeah, and I'll just move forward. So as you can see, this bill, as originally drafted and in the amendment, refers to Title 37B, Section 264. I'm going to pull it up for you. And so this is, we're in the main revised statutes, Title 37B, Section 264. And I believe what's being referred to here is subsection 2, which is the designation of property sale. And it, as you can see, it reads that the Adjutant General may sell an armory or other real property of the Military Bureau if the Adjutant General has A, completed the appraisal required under subsection 1, and B, obtained approval of the legislature to sell that armory or other real property. And there is a list of properties exempted under subsection 3, and I have looked at it and it does not appear the section is listed there. So that's why you're going through the approval process. That is really all I have, unless there are questions.
Any questions for Sam? Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As someone who has dealt with property sales on the Ag Committee before and on state and local before, and Senator Hickman certainly probably knows where I'm going with this. Where we do have so many new members on this committee, this will require a 2/3 vote from the legislature. Is that correct?
Sam, I'll let you answer that one.
I will have to double check to affirm that for Representative Kinney. I did not prepare a bill analysis for today because I wasn't aware that we were moving forward, but I haven't flagged that, but that doesn't mean it's not there. So I will double check.
And that's on me. That's not on Sam. I did totally put him on the spot this morning. So that's, I'll take the heat for that one, Sam. Sorry. Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since we're in work session, I can answer. The 2/3 requirement is for designated land, and this is not designated land. So this only requires the majority vote of the legislature.
Thank you, Senator. All that knowledge is already paying off. I love it. Any other questions for Sam and his analysis? Any other discussion, debate? All right, seeing none, then I will entertain a motion. Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion ought to pass as amended on LD 1852.
Okay, Representative McCrate moves ought to pass as amended. Is there a second?
Second.
Senator Miramont, second. Okay, Karen, when you are, do we have enough? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. When you are ready, Karen, please call the roll.
Certainly. Senator Hickman,
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Miramont,
Yay.
Senator Miramont, yay. Senator Farren, Senator Farren, absent. Representative Chiazzo,
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCrate,
Yes.
Representative McCrate, yes. Representative Tuttle, Representative Tuttle, absent. Representative Riley, Representative Riley, absent. Representative Supika,
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney,
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington,
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey,
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolph,
Yes.
Representative Dolph, yes. 10 having voted for the motion, 0 against the motion, and 3 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Karen. So the ought to pass is unanimous. Those who missed the vote will have 24 hours to get with the city. Is it 24, Karen? Remind me again. Is it 3 or?
Noon on the second legislative day, so noon on Tuesday. Thank you,
Tuesday,
Senator Hickman.
noon Tuesday. Thank you. Thank you. It's been a while. Noon on Tuesday to register their vote. We'll conclude. Mr. Lamb, it's not typical to recognize you. We're done with our session, but I will, if the committee's allowance, I'm certainly happy to give you the floor, sir.
Thank you very much. Very briefly, just thanks for your consideration and moving the work session up. Much appreciated, and good luck with the rest of your workday.
Thank you, sir. And apologies for not referring to Hollowell as a city. I will try not to make that mistake again.
It's my fault. I started it, Mr. Chair.
Me too.
I started it.
All right, thank you. Let me reset our panel here real quick. Give me a second. And I will turn the gavel back over to Chairman Hickman. And
Thank you.
Reset when you're ready, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just in case I'm wrong, Representative Kinney, it will be on the board that it requires a 2/3 vote when it's up for enactment in the Senate and the House. So,
Right. I figured this out. I was just bringing it up because we have so many new people on the committee, and I've always done the 2/3.
I completely understand. And we are going to have our Veterans Remembrance, War Memorial Remembrance presentation, but I also see that Sam has his hand up. So I recognize you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, and I just wanted to note for the committee, I will double check on that just to make sure all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed. And you will see this amendment one more time at language review, and also if there's any fiscal impact too. So I'll make sure that all that's tied up before it gets reported out.
Thank you, Sam. And with that, we'll move into the second item on our agenda. So the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Let me share my screen again.
Thank you.
All right, can everybody see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So sorry. So for what we're doing today is we're doing a Vietnam War Remembrance Day review, and this is pursuant to Public Law 2011, Chapter 92. And I've provided a little background kind of law walkthrough for you. I'm going to keep it short, but also just kind of give you an idea of where this is coming from. So under Title I, Section 150G, we have this section, as I've accepted here, about the Vietnam War Remembrance Day. And it designates that day in Maine as March 30th of each year. And we have a sentence here about that the governor shall annually issue a proclamation urging the people of the state to observe the day with appropriate celebration and activity. However, the bill that enacted this law had an unallocated section. And in that section, that's Section 3 of the bill, you can see here that it reads, no later than April 1st, 2021, the Joint Standing Committee of the Legislature having jurisdiction over veterans matters shall review the establishment of the Vietnam War Remembrance Day and determine if the Day of Remembrance requires amendment or modification. As the committee probably has noticed, it's no longer 2021. It's 2022. We missed this last year, and I'm sorry. So we're doing it this year instead. This is kind of like as a side note, a good reminder of why we always advise you to put things in allocated sections if it's going to be something in the future that you want to be remembered. Anyways, so although the language does not indicate what exactly about the statute the committee is responsible for reviewing, it may have to do with the fact that not all states have designated the same calendar date for Vietnam War Remembrance Day. So while some states like Maine have designated March 30th, others have designated March 29th. The date designated by the United States Congress is also March 29th. And I provided you a link here to that law. I know that the Director Richmond is here to answer any questions and provide background to the committee on how we have recognized the Vietnam War Remembrance Day in the past. And I think he might also have some information about if other states have aligned with the federal date. Really, that's the best I can guess as to the guidance about what you're supposed to be reviewing today. And one further note here is that although the statutory authority that requires this review from the committee asks you to determine whether there is amendment or modification that needs to happen, it doesn't actually provide the committee with the authority to report out legislation. So if the committee wishes to move forward with any changes based on your discussion today or a discussion in the future, you have a few options, and I've listed them here, and we can talk more about them if you're interested in doing that. But basically, a committee member could request a joint order to give the committee authority to report out a bill. The committee could also write a letter to the department to look into the matters further, and then report back to the committee next session. And then we do have a few other reports coming that are going to provide from DVM that are going to provide the committee with authority to report out legislation. So you could potentially add this to one of those if you're going to report out legislation based on the other reports. But, with that, I will pause and see if there are any questions. And please tell me if I was not clear in walking through that.
Thank you, Sam. Are there any questions from the committee on the presentation so far? Sam, if you will just explain to folks who are listening or new to the committee and may have never heard of what unallocated language is.
Sure. Basically, we have two places laws go when they are passed. We have allocated language, which gets put into a specific section of the Maine Revised Statutes. So, when I refer to something like Title I, Section 150G, that's an allocated section of law. And also, we have unallocated language. And what that is usually, as I mentioned, we use it for things that are supposed to happen more or less soon. And it's often the legislature legally like directing a one-time action. And so unallocated language doesn't get put into the titles because I think the reason is that something's kind of supposed to happen once and then it expires. But it's still law in the same way that statutory language is. Does that help?
Absolutely. I just wanted everyone to understand what you meant when you said unallocated, which it doesn't show up if you search statute online.
Correct.
It's only in the book. So with that, I have promoted Deputy Young, I think I did, to also come into and join us to answer any questions that we may have of him and just to hear what he has to say about this particular review that's in front of us today. He should be here shortly.
It might also be that David Richmond is intending to speak on this too. I'm not.
Oh yes, he's in the room as well. Let me promote them both. Thank you, Sam, for that. Welcome back, Deputy Young. And Director Richmond is going to show up shortly. I'll let you just speak on this Remembrance Day review.
Well, I'd love to be able to speak on the Remembrance Day, Senator, but Dave is really our expert on that. So I'd like to turn the floor over to him if you don't mind.
I do not mind. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning. Before I begin, I'd like to also congratulate Chairman Hickman on your appointment. Congratulations, sir. Yes. So I think that I can give you a little bit of background on how our state has marked Vietnam Veterans Remembrance Day in the past. Many of you may remember that we've done some recognition ceremonies in the State House. One time we did it in the press room and crammed a whole bunch of people in there. And then one of my favorite ones was the one I helped organize in the Avenue of Flags. And that was a really moving ceremony where we gave out Vietnam recognition certificates to veterans and coins. And we had a band of Vietnam made up substantially of Vietnam veterans playing tunes of the era, and it was a great ceremony. Other times we've marched down to the Vietnam Memorial in Capitol Park and placed a wreath. And the morning usually kicks off, as it will this year, with a breakfast hosted by Travis Mills at the Augusta Armory. And this year, because of COVID, they have not canceled it, and they're going to have it, but it's only for the Vietnam veterans. And the only other folks that can come are people who are volunteering to bring food and bus tables. So that's how myself and a few other folks on our staff got in. So we're going to be delivering food, and I can't wait. And I'm really happy to be there for that event. And the vote's still out on how we'll mark it this year, but I think it'll most likely be an outdoor short wreath presentation at the memorial so that we can be outdoors. But those are some of the ways that we've marked it. And I think Sam's right on that it's really I looked around our office where we frame and mount the proclamations that the governor does each year. And some of them say March 30th and some of them say March 29th. And I don't know if it needs a law change, but we get reminded by a national organization to remember Vietnam Veterans Remembrance Day each year. And they formally ask the governor to do that proclamation. And we always remember to make that happen as a state. So we'll do it, and it might say the 29th and it might say the 30th. But the federal legislation does say the 29th. And that's really all I have to say about it, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Director. Are there any questions? Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Director Richmond, is there really any benefit for? I mean, we're recognizing it, and I think that's the most important thing. That does it make sense for us to try and align with the federal if it for any other reasons, or is it just a happenstance kind of issue?
I think it's fair to say that most of the states agree that it's the 29th, and the national organization publishes the 29th, and the federal law says the 29th. So I think that a change would be appropriate, but I don't know that it's required for the governor to do the proclamation.
Right. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Representative Doloff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going on that same line, Director Richmond, that wouldn't it be best if our day was on the 29th, like everybody? I don't know how it came to be the 30th and they're the 29th. I'm sure there's history of. And then the other thing I was wondering too, that this had a date on it of the 21st. And now if we put, 2021. So if we put 2022, is this going to continuously have to keep coming back just to change that date? Or can we do it so that it's always on, say, the 29th and not put a date? So it's just a continuous, is that possible? And maybe Sam has to answer that too. I don't know.
Yeah, I can absolutely answer that. So I think that all the committee needs to put in a bill is to change section 150G from March 30th to March 29th. The issue, of the review being required no later than April 1st, 2021. I think that was a one-time review requirement. So the committee have to touch that unless you want to put another review in the future. I think that you really can just deal with the allocated piece of statute and that would be enough.
Does that answer your question, Representative? Great. Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, we seem to be circling around the date issue. I guess maybe I'll ask Director Richmond, is there anything in the language that we need to, because this is technically a language review for us, right? So is there anything in the wording or in the structure of that we need to address that you're aware of?
The only thing I could pick out was the date, Representative. And I think it comes down to that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the director? Seeing none, thank you, Director, for being here and answering our questions. And I actually attended that band party celebration remembrance in the Hall of Flags, and it was quite an event. So I had a great time. Sam, can you please share your screen one more time? Just so I can ask the committee what its will is.
Absolutely. Is it showing for everybody?
Yes.
And would you like me to go down to
the notes? Please, thank you, sir. So if we as a committee decide to change the date in law, we have to report out a bill to do so. And so we have these options where it says a member of the committee could request a joint order providing the committee with the authority to report out a bill, and the committee could write a letter requesting the department look into the matter. I think that it's clear that if Maine wants to comply with the date that is recognized by federal law and probably every other state that has this, it might be best, I'll ask the committee, to request that we report out a bill instead of using another bill to make this change. I guess I ask the committee to consider that because it would also raise awareness of this day in the legislature, which could not be a bad thing to do it in this way versus putting it into another bill where it would just be a part of the course and may not be seen. So that is what I asked the committee to discuss. And thank you for sharing your screen, Sam.
Want me to take it down?
Please do, thank you.
Okay.
Anyone have any thoughts about that? It is our job to review it. The legislation says we might want to do something about it. It looks like we might want to do something about it. What do you all think? Anyone? Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The request would be specific to the bill, this bill alone, right? Or would it be a generic to any legislation we wanted to report out as a committee?
Sam, would you care to answer that question?
It could be either. I think that, you know, it depends on what you ask the joint auditor to say. So if you want it to be just about this one particular issue, the joint auditor can be about just a bill on this particular matter.
Thank you, Sam. Representative Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we report out our own bill and I'm okay with that, I mean, is there any possibility that this could raise a fiscal note? Just changing a date? I guess that's what we would stack into that bill. I think if we just change a date, probably not, because I mean, I'd certainly like to see this, do you know what I mean, passed, but I don't want to see anything hit the table.
Sam, do you have an answer to that question?
I would be surprised if it created a fiscal note. However, the OFPR will do fiscal review, and you'll get to see that. The other thing I'll say is that I think they usually speak with the department to get information about fiscal impact. So Director Richmond might be able to give you information too.
It's in the past, have we ever been able to get anything out of OFPR without actually creating a bill? I mean, you know, strategically, I'm just thinking that, you know, we need to do this, but I'm wondering if it's better to be part of a, do you know what I mean, bill that could, I'm just curious about a note, if there's a note.
I will say, just given my experience in transportation, which is the other committee I staff, we do a lot of bridge namings, and those typically don't create appropriations and allocation sections. And I can't guarantee that will be the same here, but I would see that as kind of a similar type of legislation.
Okay, cool, thanks.
So Sam, can you just explain the process if we report out a bill? Does just a member of this committee put a joint order on the calendar and have that voted to come back to committee for reference? Or do we have to report out a committee bill in another fashion for this particular change?
So I believe the way this works, and I can double check if this is the way the committee wants to go, but one of the committee members should request a joint order for giving this committee the authority to report out a bill. And I can help you kind of make sure you're asking for the right thing too. And then once that joint order is issued, this committee would then, I think, meet and put together that bill like you would any other committee bill. And you can do it one of two ways. You can do it where the thing you report out is final and you make it clear that it's not supposed to come back to VLA, or you could do it through the regular process where the committee would vote on what the bill is to report out. It would get reported out, and then once it's printed, it would get referenced back to you for public hearing and work session. So there's just kind of like the fast way to do it where it doesn't come back to you, and then there's the slow way to do it where it does.
Thank
you.
I was hoping you'd say all of that. I appreciate your thoroughness in that. I've certainly seen it done both ways. And so we know we don't really need to take a motion on this if a member does it. But I guess what I would ask is, does anyone object to a member of this committee, a chair or not, or anyone, putting a joint order on the calendar and having the bill go directly to a vote without coming back to committee, since it's something that is very simple? We're changing the date. That's really the question that I ask of the committee at this time. Representative.
I think you said Representative Kinney, you kind of skipped out on me on my end.
Representative Kenny, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a daughter of a Vietnam veteran, I'd be more than happy to put in the joint resolution if I could get some help with the language.
Great. So you can put in the joint order in the House, and we can work with Sam to draft that. It will just be on the House calendar. And unless there's an objection in the committee, I think that it could go straight to a vote on the floor of the House and then come to the Senate for approval instead of coming back to the committee for a public hearing and saving all the paperwork and time. I think when we know everyone is very busy working on the bills we already have. Sam?
I will have to double check. I think you may have to, as a, like, once the authority is approved, the committee may have to then, and I know it seems like a lot for a very small change, but I think that once you're given the authority to report out a bill, you may have to have another meeting to say, yes, we're going to report this particular bill out. So I just wanted to be clear about that.
Thank you, Sam. I think the most expeditious way we can do it is the way we should do it. I feel like I've seen it the other way too, but I could be wrong about that. Either way, thank you, Representative Kenny, for stepping up on the committee to put the joint order in as the daughter of a Vietnam War veteran. We appreciate that. And I think unless there are any other comments or questions for the director or for Sam, we can close this presentation and move forward with the rest of our agenda. Seeing none, that is what we will do. Thank you, Director, for being here. And I will. Okay. So next up, we have Chairman Chiazzo will begin. I am going to open the public hearing on LD 1883, an act to update the set-offs against lottery winnings. Chairman Chiazzo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, fellow colleagues of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. I am still Representative Chiazzo from House District 28 in Scarborough, and I am pleased to submit this department bill, an act updating set-offs against lottery winnings. It's a pretty straightforward bill. Language looks pretty direct, and I think Director Minio is here from Bablo to answer any detailed questions. But basically, the bill summary is it amends the laws of the DAF's Department of Financial Services Bureau of Alcoholic Beverages and Lottery Operations process for determining set-offs against lottery winnings for back child support, outstanding court fees, unemployment compensation debt, and unpaid taxes to reflect current procedures. So, and again, Director Minio could probably speak to it more concisely, but it looks to me like it's just tightening up some language on reporting between the tax assessor and DAFs, as well as the other department that they were looking at was, bear with me just for a second, Department of Labor. So I will be happy to answer any questions if I can, but I will most likely strongly defer to Director Minio when he's ready. So.
Thank you, Chairman Chiazzo. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, I might have promoted Director Minio to a panelist so that he can provide his testimony for us today on this department bill. Welcome, Director. The floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. Good morning to everyone. And before I begin, congratulations to Senator Hickman and Senator Miramont. Very happy for you guys. So I'll begin. Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Greg Minio, and I'm the Director of the Bureau of Alcoholic Beverages and Lottery Operations. And I am providing the following testimony in support of LD 1883, which is a bill that the department initiated as a matter of housekeeping. This legislation updates statute and reflects the current and more streamlined process for offsetting lottery winnings against debts owed to the Department of Health and Human Services, Department of Labor, Judiciary, and Maine Revenue Services. For context, a total of 6,500 claims were processed in calendar year 2021, and $267,000 was collected on those claims that required an offset. The current process uses electronic data transfers provided to the Bureau by the respective agencies. The information is up to date and accurate. The process is secure and is working to the benefit of all parties involved. In addition, the legislation relieves the Bureau from having to hold funds for 90 days pending a potential hearing, which is no longer necessary now that we have up-to-date information to rely upon. Thank you for allowing me to testify today before you, and I'm happy to respond to any questions, and of course, I'll be available for the work session.
Thank you, Director, for your testimony. This looks like a housekeeping bill to me. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, I did have a question about language. I think that Janet will not laugh at me. If I can find it, just give me 1 second. I thought I was ready for this question, but I am not. I can't even. Anyway, there is a phrase throughout that says that if a decision is made that someone owes money, I wanted to just make it a little more active. There was a phrase that could just be one word. And so it's really a copy editing amendment change. And I didn't know if you would object to that once I talked to Janet about it more specifically. Director Minio.
You're asking me, I'm sorry,
Yes,
I thought you were directing it. No, that's fine. If you can find the right verb, if that's what you're looking for, that's certainly something we would support, yes.
We would do that in language review, but thank you very much for that. I just wanted to ask a question. Are there any other questions for the director? Seeing none, thank you for being here, sir. Is there anyone else present? That's all who have signed up to testify on this bill. Anyone else present who would like to say a word on LD 1882? Seeing none, anyone opposed? I will close the public hearing, excuse me, on LD 1883. And I will ask the good representative if you would like to do a work session some other day, or are you interested in us moving directly into work session, or is that something we should wait for?
Are you referring to me?
I'm asking you, sir.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. I will defer to the committee. I know it seems like it's pretty much a housekeeping bill, but I'm happy to move to work session if that's the will of the committee for sure.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to check with you first since we didn't speak it. Does anyone object to that? And if so, I would take a motion to move directly into work session. Representative Corey.
Thank you. I generally like to have sort of a bill analysis. I know that was my concern earlier this session. I think that with the bill earlier, with regard to the property sale, that was pretty, cut and dry for me. That wasn't a policy issue. It was a property sale issue. So I would like to at least just hold off for right now. Thanks.
We will do that. So with that, I will close the public hearing on LD 1883, which I've done twice now, and we will move through our agenda. Bear with me. This is my first day of this role here. I can't believe I'm nervous, but it is what it is. We're going to go out of order, and I do see Representative Crockett is here. So I'm going to promote him to the room, and we are going to open up the public hearing on LD 1914, an act to allow wine retailers with 2 or more licensed facilities to freely transfer wine between approved facilities. And in 1 second, Representative Crockett will be with us. Good morning, Representative. The Zoom is yours.
Good morning. Can you hear me all right? Because I had my volume down on this end.
Yes.
Can you hear me okay? And I appreciate you jumping into this bill, but I hope you'll forgive me for not grabbing my coat in time and putting that on before I present to this distinguished committee. So would you like me to jump right in with my testimony?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Caiazzo, and distinguished members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. I'm Ed Crockett, and I serve House District 43 in the Maine House of Representatives. I'm here today to introduce LD 1914, an act to allow wine retailers with 2 or more licensed facilities to freely transfer wine between approved facilities. As we know with many bills, the devil is in the details. That is certainly the case here. This proposal, in addition to the title wording, pertains to multiple off-premise locations under a single entity or owner within Maine's designated wholesaler territories. These specifics were reviewed with Bablo before submitting this legislation. Bablo and other partners in the supply chain were instrumental in helping me understand the intricacies involved to craft a bill that brings savings to the customer and greater efficiencies to all business partners. This bill was developed in collaboration with a small business in my community, Rosemont Market and Bakery. And I'm delighted to see written testimony online from other small businesses in this space supporting this bill. In unison, they mention how this bill will allow them to compete more successfully with larger businesses. Specifically, this bill helps partners throughout the distribution channel save real dollars on travel, be it delivery time, gas, etc., and processing costs, such as warehouse picks and the like, while providing more competitive pricing to their customers. It is the end user who wants to support smaller local businesses that will prosper the most here. Wine purchasing in Maine caps at the case level. So retailers have two options when purchasing: buy case quantities or single bottle purchases. However, volume pricing is available for case purchases only. So for example, Rosemont Market and Bakery has 8 locations. Currently, each location has to buy independently, forcing them to buy single bottles only rather than cases. By comparison, large retailers, primarily individual grocery stores that have the traffic flow and turns, can purchase case quantities and offer much lower price to the end user. By passing this legislation, Rosemont and those like them that meet the established parameters can pass on similar savings to their customers and be on a more competitive playing field, who have the sales volume to invest in individual locations currently. We all know that throughout the pandemic, our small businesses in Maine have faced difficulties due to supply chain challenges. Moving wine products should be a simple task for grocers like Rosemont. After all, they currently move products around their locations in other food and beverage categories. But they cannot do that with wine. This inflexibility has handcuffed Rosemont, since wine accounts for a significant portion of their business. As someone who works in the beverage industry, I understand the frustrations felt by Rosemont and the many other small businesses facing this. In closing, LD 1914 allows a similarly owned licensed off-premise retailer of wine to transfer wine either by the case or by the bottle from one of its retail locations to another similarly owned licensed off-premise location. Whew, that's easy for me to say. It's a long sentence. Within the wholesaler's designated territory. Where I did get a question regarding warehousing was asked during this process. The intent of this bill would be to use an existing retail location to warehouse the product. An independent central warehouse location would not be permissible. If necessary, and we may hear more about this in further testimony, I suggest we address that more clearly in a final draft. Thank you for your time and consideration, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Crockett. Are there any questions from the committee for the bill sponsor? Seeing none, we have a few people signed up to testify, one in favor, one neither for nor against. And so John Naylor is here to testify in favor of the bill. Mr. Naylor, if you would please turn on your camera.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for taking, this bill into consideration. I appreciate working with, Representative Crockett to try to help us as a small business become a more competitive business in the world. As you know,
Mr. Naylor, for the record, can you just please state your name and where you're from?
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
My name's John Naylor. I am a resident of Portland. I live on 45 Fleetwood Street in Portland, Maine. I'm one of the owner of Rosemont Market and Bakery.
Thank you.
So to give you a little background, Rosemont started 17 years ago as a small store, and we have grown. The thing that we are that's important to us is to find interesting foods. We really depend on the local market. We support local farms in the state of Maine. We support local producers of food all throughout the state. And we have found over the years that there has been quite a demand for that. So at this point, we have gone from 4 or 5 employees in one store. We now will be opening our 8th store, have 150 employees with a central facility that produces prepared foods and baked goods and things like that. One of the important categories for us is our wine category, because wine naturally goes with a lot of the good foods that we find. So and the other issue that comes into this too is that we also spend a lot of time looking for smaller wine producers who produce wines that are interesting to us, interesting to our customers. So these are small family producers similar to the family farms that we work with, that don't produce large quantities of wine. So at the end of the day, part of like getting a central location in one of our stores to distribute is, when these small productions come in, that we can actually buy enough of them so we can spread them around to the stores. Also, when you have a system in the state of Maine where it's bottle pricing and case pricing, to take advantage of case pricing for us makes it just a more efficient practice for us to be able to not only buy these wines in greater quantity, but also to actually deliver them to our customers at a better cost. You'll find that also a lot of times some of our distributors will month to month put case pricing on certain bottles of wine together, and some months they won't be case priced. There's one of our distributors has what they call hot pricing, which they list a whole bunch of wines for a particular month at a particular price by the case. For us to take advantage of that, we would need to buy enough of them so we could be able to put them on the shelf and then bleed them into the stores over a period of time so that, we can supply what our customers want and maintain pricing. That being said, the other piece that we'd like to be able to do is, the stores that are located in different areas, for instance, Yarmouth tends to be, they tend to be more in the line of California wine lovers versus, people down in Cape Elizabeth prefer maybe French or Italian. So sometimes we have wines that get put in different stores, and we'd like to be able to move them without having to send them back to the distributor, do all the paperwork, and then send them to the store we want them to send to. It would be actually great to transfer wines within our own system, and it would just be a lot easier as far as cost, as far as just getting things to a customer who says, hey, we're looking for this wine. We have it at this store. We'll send it right up to you. Well, we can't do that.
Mr. Naylor?
And yes.
Mr. Naylor, thank you very much for deferring. Your 3 minutes has come to an end. So if you could just wrap up your testimony, and you can certainly take questions from the committee. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. So that being said, we have an analog, we have a POS system that will track. So as far as tracking wines, that's great. And what we would really like to be able to do is like to have a small warehouse space at one of our, not a warehouse space, but a small space at one of our stores that could actually take on, certain buys that we would like to be able to buy and be able to distribute to the stores and keep our costs down. And as you know today, that, small businesses are a big part of the Maine economy. anything we can do to find efficiencies in the way we do business is important to us without having to pass along costs to the customer as far as prices on things. So this is one of the ways we're trying to do that. So thank you very much for hearing me. I appreciate it.
Thank you for being here today, sir. Are there any questions for Mr. Naylor from the committee? Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Naylor, for joining us this morning. Very much looking forward to your joint partnership with Harbor Fish coming here into Scarborough, and kudos for that, and looking forward to the opening for sure. I'm wondering if you could. I've heard some reservations around this about you know, how this might impact your relationship with the existing distributors. You know, could you please explain that a little bit to say, you know, are you going to be taking over some of their responsibilities? Are they going to have the same relationships? Can you maybe elaborate on that a little bit in terms of what how you foresee this rolling out?
I don't see our relationships changing that much, other than that we would be able to, you know, buy certain wines in bigger quantities and moving them. You know, I mean, it's the job of I think sometimes on the wholesalers, they bring in quantities of wine, and it's their job to move them. And, you know, in order for us to be able to take advantage of some of the pricing, like I said, with the hot pricing, with the case pricing, you know, it's I think to our advantage to be able to have a small space where I can buy 20, 30 cases of wine, put it there and distribute to our stores. I mean, also the paperwork that's involved with shipping things back and forth and making sure that there is a good tracking system. I think the liquor authority it's really important to them that they track every bottle of wine. Well, in the days of an analog system, which most stores operated on years ago, I could see that was an issue. Now, after spending about $150,000 on a POS system, we have quite an extensive inventory system that tracks everything. And if the state needed to find out where we had something, we could produce, you know, spreadsheets in a moment that were pretty easy without a lot of expense to get that done. So I think those are the advantages that really apply here.
Good. Thank you, sir.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Naylor from the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for being here today, sir, and for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Be well. Is there anyone else in attendance who hasn't signed up who would like to speak in favor of this legislation? Please raise your hand if you would like to do so. Seeing none, we do not have anyone signed up against the bill, so I will now promote Cheryl Timberlake, who will be testifying neither for nor against this legislation. Good morning, Cheryl Timberlake. Welcome.
Is my video working?
Yes.
Is everything working? Okay. Well, I'll tell you, the technology is amazing. Good morning. First, let me start by Senator Hickman. Congratulations on your chairmanship. And Senator Miramont, same to you for joining the VLA committee. Good morning to everyone. I am Cheryl Timberlake, a resident of Mount Vernon. I serve as the executive director for the Maine Beer Wine Distributors. We're here today to testify neither for nor against LD 1914. Our association is committed to the laws and the rules governing the distribution of alcoholic beverages. And as this committee so appropriately knows, the distributors exist as that middle tier between the supplier, the brewery and winery, and the retailer, both the on and off premise locations, in a three-tier system of state regulation designed to provide the adequate controls over the importation, wholesaling, and retailing of these beverages sold through a privatization system. In addition to these policies, under the state-based regulatory system, the state requires distributors to sell to all retail licensees within their territories. By law, beer and wine distributors are required to deliver to every licensee. In addition, the system allows the state to maintain control, ensuring that all retailers are treated equally, competition remains fair, robust, and the consumers in Maine have excellent choice and quality products. By state law, wholesalers are required to post their prices at the state level and deliver beer and wine to every licensed account within that territory, according to that pricing. A distributor must sell to licensees for that posted price and cannot differentiate based upon the size of the account or the volume of the order. Without the system, larger clubs, supercenters, or others would likely profit at the expense of the mid-size, small mom and pop or local convenience store. And we believe that that is a severe disadvantage to the offering of brands, to maintaining fresh stock, ensure proper rotation and merchandising. LD 1914 would allow, as has been described to you by the sponsor and the proponents, an off-premise retailer to sell product to go, to transfer it between two of their locations that are commonly owned within the geographic territory of the distributor. The distributors met with Rosemont, and we want to congratulate them on their innovation and their future success. They are to be accoladed. In addition to our discussions, however, we did note some of the distributors' concerns regarding a level playing field for all retailers. So a small store without the economic capacity to purchase and transfer products may be impacted. But in addition, this legislation could open the door for a large retailer to buy significant quantity accounts of wine, warehouse that product in a fulfillment center, and then ship it to more of its retail locations. This could potentially have a negative impact on our wine supply chain. Recognizing Rosemont as a local entrepreneur and partner, our conversations focused, as the sponsor indicated, on the store footprint and how can we best accommodate what they would like to accomplish, recognizing the distributor's concerns. What I'd like to propose for the committee's consideration is a friendly amendment, language that would further clarify the retailer. Each retail premise designed wine storage room would not embody more than 750 square feet in their off-premise location. Distributors and wineries are partners. We share the same end goal. My final comment will just focus on some regulatory information. I don't see Babelo's testimony, and I want to ensure that an appropriate track and trace system is available for product movement and that we understand where wine transfers are located and that there are similar paperwork and invoices that the distributors use in the field currently. Thank you for the consideration of our proposed amendment, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Timberlake. Are there any questions from the committee? Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Timberlake, for your testimony. I know there's been a lot of discussion up until this point. I appreciate the friendly amendment. I would request probably that maybe a stakeholder group get assembled to be able to come back with some consensus before our work session is scheduled, because I know there are certainly, I don't want to say competing interests, but there are I see the challenges if we don't do this correctly and take into account potentials down the road. So I just want to make sure that we don't handicap the intent of this bill by putting an arbitrary number in or an arbitrary process in. So I would take your offer for the friendly amendment and say let's get a stakeholder group together that can hopefully come to this committee with a consensus for our work session that you as the industry experts can concur and agree with. And if that's not possible, then the committee can address that at the time and weigh in on which we feel is most appropriate. Would you agree with that? I guess. Thank you.
I was waiting for the question and I knew it was going to come, Representative Chiazzo. I would be more than happy, along with any of my members, to participate with the committee, with the sponsor and other interested parties in the stakeholder process. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Are there any other questions? Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Timberlake, I'm just looking at your testimony. I just have a question. LD 1914 will allow off-premises retailer or licensee that sells products to go to transfer wine by, whoop. Sorry, I didn't have my camera on. Great picture though, isn't it? I'm just, could you just define, we've had a lot of to-go cocktails. You're talking about something different than that, right?
So in your work session this afternoon on LD 1643, your analyst is going to walk you through some comprehensive and efficiency issues for Title 28A. But as the statute defines retail licensees, and there are various categories of what they can and can't do, the two specific distinctions are on premises and off premises. On premises, think of you're consuming the beverage at that location, such as a restaurant. Off premises is a retail location where you purchase the beverage to go and you consume it at another location, hopefully at home, not in your car.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you.
That's the distinction. Thank you for the question.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Timberlake from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank
Don't
you.
see anyone else sign up to testify on this bill. If there's someone attending who would like to do so, please raise your hand. I know the director is here. He has not signed up to testify. If he would like to, he can turn on his camera and I will take his testimony. If not, yes, Director Minio.
No, I was just going to say at this point, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We will reserve comments. We'll look further into this, and thank you for the opportunity. And we look forward to participating in the work session and certainly in the stakeholders group, as Representative Cayazzo mentioned. We would look forward to that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Director. Senator Miramont, your hand is up. We aren't actually, there's no one testifying right now. So how can I help you, sir?
Well, there was when I put it up because the director was there, even though he was saying I didn't want to. I had a question for him.
Yeah, he's probably going to defer until a work session. So, or we can talk to him offline. Thank you, Senator Miramont. Seeing no further people signed up to testify or willing to testify, I will close the public hearing on LD 1914. I will turn the gavel back over to Chairman Cayazzo because my bill is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will open the public hearing now for LD 1906, which is an act regarding rulemaking and pricing under the Bureau of Alcoholic Beverages and Lottery Operations, and immediately turn it right back over to you, Chairman Hickman, for your introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if you give me a moment before I try to explain how we got to this place, I am going to see if I can put into the chat for those who have not seen this yet. Oh, can I do this? I guess I can't. Well, I will ask that we'll do it in the work session. In any event, I'm here to present LD 1906. And this bill was brought to me by the industry. And it was drafted in the middle of the holidays. And so the stakeholders were not able to meet to finalize the draft that was printed by the reviser of statute. So you have the bill that's printed, and then I sent to the committee this morning a different draft of that bill that was drawn up after the stakeholders got together and decided that they wanted to present, shall we say, a new draft of the bill. And that's why it almost looks exactly like a bill that came out of the reviser of statutes, but it was niftily drafted in such a way and formatted that it looks like the original bill. So you have that bill in front of you because I've sent it to you. And if you haven't seen your email, please check it. Raise your hand if I need to resend it to anyone. Great. So I would say, for the purposes of this public hearing, to disregard the original bill, look at the bill that you have that I sent this morning, because the people who will testify on the bill will be testifying on that version. It is short and sweet and to the point, and I can't actually explain all of it to you. I will let those who come after me do that. It's very clear that there was some consensus in the stakeholder group that there needed to be some appeals process put forward regarding the pricing of retail alcohol for off-premises consumption and on-premises consumption, and that there were a couple of streamlining amendments to the bill that would allow for technology to take over from producing things in triplicate. So I'm going to leave it at that and ask that you hold your questions to those who are testifying behind me, because this is actually the first time that I've put in a bill in this fashion. And I can't exactly say that the language you have in front of you is going to do what the bill sponsor, what the stakeholders want, but that is why we're having this public hearing today. So I'll leave it there. And if you have any questions for me about the process, I'm willing to answer those. But about the substance, I would ask you to wait for the stakeholders who come behind me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. Any questions for Senator Hickman? Okay, seeing none. I see, looking in the attending room, I don't see any co-sponsors. We do have Representative Harrington here. I'm not sure if he wishes to speak to it or not. If you do, sir, you can turn your camera on and I will acknowledge you.
I wasn't intending on testifying.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. Then we will go to those signed up. And we will start with those four. I do not see, there's President Jackson. I'll bring in President Jackson and he can kick off the testimony. Good morning, Mr. President. The floor is yours when you are ready, sir.
Well, thank you, Representative Cazzo, Senator Hickman, and members of the Veterans Legal Affairs Committee. I am State Senator Troy Jackson. I have the privilege of serving as the Senate President. I'm here to support LD 1906, an act regarding rulemaking and pricing in the Bureau of Alcoholic Beverages and Lottery Operations. I just wanted to lend my support because I've had a number of constituents over the past couple of years, probably even longer, that have been frustrated by the process, felt that they didn't have a way to appeal any of the hearing, any of the decisions. It's things like trying to create a new brewery in Merced County. Just last session was, extremely frustrating. Didn't seem like there was a good reasoning for it, but it, the rules were the rules, and there really wasn't much you could do about it. But I think it's important that I think it's important in any way, any agency, that the legislature has the ability to review rules under major substantive, especially something that's as big a deal as our liquor laws. I just think that that's something that we should have the ability to do. Like I said, I think that putting together some type of appeal process or a more stringent appeal process would make a lot of sense. And again, the rule should be major substantive, and that's why I think not some form of Senator Hickman's bill here, 1906, should go forward to try and make it easier for people across Maine to work and operate in the liquor industry. You should be able to know better what you're getting into and see a clear line. And then if things get challenging or you don't agree, that there's a better process so that you could have your decision heard and maybe changed. So that's why I'm here to present on this or testify on it. I just feel very strongly about this issue, and I've seen too many times where people felt frustrated and left out and really didn't have any way to get their issues heard differently. So I'll take any questions, but I certainly hope the committee can work on this and come up with something that obviously works with the department, but more importantly works with councils, constituents across the state that think that there could be a better way.
Thank you, Mr. President. Any questions for President Jackson from the committee? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, sir, for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
Up next, we'll go in order of those listed to speak on the website. We'll have Jerry Reed. He will be followed by Cheryl Timberlake. And I will bring Ms. Timberlake in. Mr. Reed, when you are ready, sir, the floor is yours. Please state your name, the town you're from, and any group you are representing, and you will have 3 minutes, sir.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, we can hear you fine.
Thank you. I'm a little slow with the technology. My apologies. Honorable members of the Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs, my name is Jerry Reed, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to offer my perspective on LD 1906. I'm weighing in today as a former director of Bablow, as well as a 20-year beverage industry global executive in 3 different companies, Diageo, Jose Cuervo International, and Sazerac. Despite being retired now, I do truly want to see the Maine liquor industry succeed for all its stakeholders, including consumers, retailers, distillers, and the Bureau. And the guardrails proposed in Bill 1906, I think are helpful. And without getting into too much detail, the 3 reasons why I believe they're helpful are: number one, goal number one of the system is revenue maximization for the state, consistent with, of course, social responsibility and safety. Secondly, avoidance of any pricing action that would make it easier for New Hampshire to take spirits purchases that should have been made in Maine. This is a long-standing sensitivity that can fly in the face of the first principle I described. And thirdly, equity and fairness to all Maine consumers, retailers, and distillers, including a check and balance to ensure that this equity is achieved. And this third goal is really what I think is central to LD 1906. And let me just add parenthetically here that I do respect the value of efficiency and nimbleness in all enterprises, including pricing decisions in beverage alcohol. However, I don't, or I'm cautious of it when it can unreasonably burden certain stakeholders. And that, I believe, is the case here. And also, I would just add, since the state controls spirits, I think speed of its action and pricing is not a critical variable. I think caution and patience is helpful. Now, my key point or rationale is the following: the present pricing formula in Maine, I believe, is not equitable. And the reason why I say it is because it penalizes low-income consumers and the retailers and distillers that service them. And I didn't want to overwhelm you with data, so I attached a very concise data table to my testimony. And I would just direct your attention to the 4 highlighted numbers, because what they show you, using an example, is that value spirits, which is the lower priced items, are marked up by the state at double the percentage of the next price tier up, which is called premium spirits, double the pricing markup. And if I just take those same facts and just turn them around and look at it from a different perspective, the state pays the premium vodka distiller of a 1.75 liter bottle 4.5 times the amount of money that they pay a value vodka distiller of the same bottle size. Yet in spite of that huge multiple, the state's dollar profit on the premium vodka is just 1.2 times that of the value vodka bottle. So while it is higher.
Mr. Reed,
yes.
I apologize. Your time is up, so if you could please wrap your comments
Okay.
up, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and I apologize, and I will do that with my conclusion. A simpler and fair pricing approach, I believe, would be a single markup percentage across the board, removes any subjectivity that inadvertently picks winners and losers. And I do understand, I conclude with a statement that there are challenges with such an extremely simple approach, but simply suggest that they be identified and debated as a constructive first step to equity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. And my apologies, and if I missed it in the beginning, what town are you from again? I'm sorry.
I lived for 20 years in Northport, Maine, and about a year ago moved back to my hometown in Connecticut. So I'm now not a resident of Maine any longer, but was for 20 years.
Excellent. Well, we're sorry. It's our loss, unfortunately. Sorry.
Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Reed? Representative McCrate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Reed, there you moved. I just wanted to double check. Have you seen the amended language that Senator Hickman referred to?
I think I probably did not. The last bill I received was a day or two ago, but it wasn't, certainly not this morning. So I might have missed that.
Okay, I'm not sure. I just want to make sure we're talking apples and apples, but we can straighten that out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions for Mr. Reed? All right, seeing none, thank you, sir, for your testimony this morning. Up next, we will have Cheryl Timberlake, and she will be followed by Elizabeth Wise. So, Ms. Timberlake, when you are ready, the floor is yours.
Good morning again, members of the committee, Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo. I am Cheryl Timberlake, a resident of Mount Vernon, representing the Maine Beer Wine Distributors. Thank you very much to Senator Hickman for putting the bill in. I certainly approached him after I saw the bill title approved through council and thought, I'm curious, what is this all-encompassing title? And so there was a stakeholders group that convened, and I know a number of them are going to offer comments. Specifically on behalf of the distributors, I want to focus on section 6, page 2, procedures for bonded wholesale licensees. Let me quickly give you the background.
Timberlake, I'm sorry. I'll pause your time. So we've got two versions here. So I want to make sure that we're talking about the right one. Are you talking about the amended version that Senator put in this morning, or the original one?
I believe I had an amended one earlier this week, and I think it is the correct one. I understand.
Apologies.
I think those of us in the stakeholders group may have seen it this week to assist us in preparing our comments, and the committee got it today. I'll defer to the sponsor, but I think I'm on point.
Yeah, understood. I won't take any time off you. I just wanted to make sure we're on the same reference page. That's all. So apologies, please.
I hope so. So section 6, page 2, hopefully there is a section that talks about procedures for bonded wholesale licensees. And that's where my testimony focuses in on. So by way of reference, just before COVID, we had a new associate member who joined the association. I went down and visited with the member. And one of the questions I asked the company is, what can I do to make life easier? And the gentleman shared this paperwork with me. And it was on his desk, and I had never seen it before. And I was surprised. I said, what is this? And these are literally yellow, pink, and white triplicate forms for filing of excise taxes. And attached to my testimony, you will see these documents. There's one for malt liquor, one for table wine, one for sparkling wine, FMBs, et cetera. And I thought, what is this? And as I did a little research, I realized the statute requires that we file paperwork, distributors and suppliers, in triplicate for verification of these taxes. So we began a conversation with the department and talked about, we really need an online web portal and to begin to streamline where we are. This is just a lot to happen. So a long story short, I was pleased to hear at the beginning of this year, after, again, several years of conversation, and in my testimony, you'll see the state of Maine Liquor Licensing Enforcement Excise Tax Collection Modernization Project. As I understand it, and I will defer to Bablo, they've actually issued an RFP, had a bidders conference, and are hopefully in process of bringing forward technology that will allow all of us in the industry, from our licenses to label approvals to this tax documentation to anything and everything that you can imagine that we are right now not streamlined in doing, to be done paperlessly, done seamlessly, done collaboratively with our suppliers, with our retailers, and now with our regulator. I'm looking forward to embracing this new project. I'm hopeful that it comes full circle. We've been a long time asking for this. And so I'm here to acknowledge where the bill is going, the need for efficiencies, the need for continued collaboration and conversation, but our focus is on a specific session, not anything to do with spirits pricing and necessarily rulemaking. But I would be happy to answer questions and continue in that stakeholders process. And again, I want to thank the sponsor for assisting us in highlighting some of these issues.
Thank you, Ms. Timberlake, and apologies for interrupting you in the middle of your testimony.
No, and I appreciate that. I think I was on the right amendment.
Good, excellent. Any questions for Ms. Timberlake from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Timberlake, for your time this morning. Up next, we'll have Elizabeth Wise. And if you could, Ms. Wise, just please name, town you're from, group, if any, you're representing. And when you are ready, I will start the call.
Thank you and good morning, or maybe it's afternoon at this point.
morning.
Chairman Chiazzo. Oh, it's morning. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Chairman Chiazzo and honorable members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. My name is Elizabeth Wise. I'm the Senior Vice President of Government Affairs for SASRAC. We have deep ties to Maine via our products at our Lewiston facility, which many of you may know as Boston Brands of Maine. We continue to expand our business in the state and currently employ about 250 people, maybe 240, 250. We appreciate Chairman Hickman, Representative Harrington, Speaker Facto, and Senator Timberlake for sponsoring this legislation. We're very happy to partner with them and other industry members to help introduce LD 1906. In these uncertain times now facing manufacturers such as supply chain unpredictability, employee shortages, and other COVID-related issues, we felt it was the right time to try and create some certainty where we could. One area we thought the industry could create predictability would be around pricing, which is set by BABLO. Sections 1 and 2 of the proposed amendment would give legislative oversight to any labeling and pricing rules adopted by BABLO. Currently, nearly all of BABLO's rulemaking authority is routine technical and not subject to review by the legislature. We believe this proposed change to major substantive rulemaking should be viewed as a check and balance to these impactful and consequential rulemaking powers currently granted to the Bureau. We recognize that we are suggesting a groundbreaking step in a control state regime, but we are confident in Maine's tradition of being a leader on issues when trying to improve conditions for local businesses. This, combined with SASRAC's history of being a champion for control states, should make for good outcomes for Maine's consumers, the industry, and the Bureau. Section 2 further provides guidelines to prevent pricing rules that are equitable and do not disproportionately or negatively affect a product based on its size or price, as our product line was in 2017. Because we genuinely want this to be a forward-looking discussion, the mention of this is not an attempt to adjudicate past disagreements, but simply one of the experience we draw from when supporting this bill. Another key provision in Section 2 of the proposed amendment directs BABLO to create an appeals process for price decisions. Under current Bureau rules, pricing decisions made by the Commission are final. In fact, the only avenue for appeal is through the courts. It is not realistic, both in practical and financial terms, to expect a spirit supplier to sue the regulator. All the industry is asking for is an official opportunity to present our position outside the confines of the Commission when a proposal directly affects our business. We believe a more routine and open procedure could be established. I appreciate your time and I'll be happy to answer any of your questions. Thank you, Chairman Chiazzo. I liked your timer.
It's super official. We spent a lot of money on that timer. Thank you, Ms. Wise, for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Much appreciated this morning. Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Wise, could you just say a little bit more about your company? It's you operate in multiple states. You mentioned that you work with control states, so not just Maine, correct?
Correct. We are a family-owned company. Our family's out of Louisiana. Our headquarters is in Kentucky, but we have one of our favorite plants, if I can say that amongst friends on the call, in Lewiston. There's, we used to, a couple years ago, have 160 employees. We've got about 240 now. And I'll take two more sentences on that plant. We do a lot of innovative things there. We always look to the people of Maine to say, hey, you know what, maybe we want to try something out. So we will go to that particular plant and say, let's see if this will work or not. So it's kind of one of the gems of our organization.
Thank you, Representative McCray. Any other questions for Ms. Wise? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Wise, for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
That concludes those registered speaking for. If there is anybody in the attendee room wishing to speak for LD 1906 who has not registered, please raise your virtual hand and I will recognize you. Okay, seeing none. I don't see anybody registered for against. Again, if anybody in the waiting room wishes to speak for against LD 1906, please raise your hand and we will bring you in. I see Director Minio.
we go.
Welcome back, Director. Apologies for moving you out for protocol, but the floor is yours. When you start, I will start your clock, sir.
Thank you. Senator Hickman, Representative Cayazzo, members of the Joint Standing Committee of VLA. My name is Greg Minio. I'm the Director of the Bureau of Alcoholic Beverages and Lottery Operations, and I appear before you this morning to provide testimony in opposition to LD 1906. This bill aims to fix something that maybe once was broken, but certainly isn't now. There was a time when Maine's pricing of spirits was somewhat discretionary. However, 6 years ago, Maine implemented a standardized pricing formula for establishing the retail price of spirits products. The pricing formula is sophisticated and data-driven. Through it, the state sets competitive everyday prices on a large portfolio of national and local spirits products and partners with suppliers to offer monthly promotions, both of which has recaptured Maine consumers previously migrating to New Hampshire to purchase their spirits and maximize return across the state's spirits business. The pricing formula considers the public health aspect by ensuring an appropriate awareness of the interaction between cost and the consumption of spirits. And most importantly, the pricing formula is transparent and consistent. Suppliers have ready access to it through the pricing calculator, which contemplates the components that make up the retail price and allows the supplier to influence the retail price by adjusting the price per case they charge the state. LD 1906 would dismantle this model that has well served all components of the spirits business, the state, the agency liquor stores, the consumers, and the suppliers. It would unwind years of judicious work between the Bureau and suppliers and replace it with a non-strategic approach, jeopardizing our ability to deliver a fair and competitive price to the consumer and hampering our ability to compete with New Hampshire. Specifically, this bill would dramatically restrict the criteria for building the retail and wholesale prices of spirits. After much consideration, we believe this bill would force the Bureau to apply a percentage markup of each category of spirits, for example, vodka, without regard for price and bottle size. Under this one-size-fits-all approach, a 750 ml bottle of low-price vodka would drop from the current retail price of $8.99 to $5.49, whereas the retail price of a premium 750 of vodka would increase from $21.99 to $34.99. The state spirits business model is predicated upon premiumization, relying on increased dollar sales of higher priced products to generate increased state revenues rather than higher volume of sales across lower priced products. This bill contradicts those efforts. Not only will this negatively impact profits, but it presents a public health concern. Nationwide data and studies show a connection between pricing and overconsumption and underage drinking. The Bureau takes this component of a standardized pricing model seriously. If it pleases the committee, I've just got a little more to go. I ask for your indulgence. There's a fiscal impact. I'll try and just paraphrase my next paragraph here. By doing what I just mentioned in the standardized markup, we see a $17 million hit to the profit based upon that. And we certainly see no way to increase or entertain increasing retailer discounts based upon rule right now at 18%. The margin simply would not be there to the state. I'll just conclude by talking about some of the other things on rulemaking. We mentioned before, we've got it in testimony, certainly going to major substantive, reduces our nimbleness. The reporting clarification, the reporting requirements certainly needs clarification. We don't understand, I'm sorry, the appeal process, I apologize, needs some explanation. We don't understand what affected party means. It could mean anybody from a supplier to an agency liquor store to a consumer for that matter. It's not explained in the language of the bill. We'd like clarification on that all the way through the value chain. And as far as reporting is concerned, there's over 5,000 licensees based upon the language in this bill on and off premise that would require us to set up some sort of a platform to do so. I'll stop there. Thank you. Looks like you got to go backwards there. I'm the representative.
I had you going forwards. I was going to give you a couple more seconds, and then I was going to cut you
I'm
off.
sorry. I didn't mean to glaze over this because this is important. And certainly I had a longer version that I was going to actually read.
No, completely understood. And you'll have questions, and absolutely we'll have a work session on this. I know there's
thank you.
There's already been some confusion about versions of drafts and things like that. So I don't think we're ready as a committee yet to make a decision on this for sure. So
thank you.
Any questions for Director Minio? Representative McCrate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Director Minio. One of the pieces of the bill is about the forms and the triplicate I don't think you mentioned that in your testimony, but I know you had to go quickly. Is that a portion that it was suggested that maybe that's in the works? Is that accurate, or could you speak to that?
Yes, of course. Well, I didn't mention it quite honestly because it's the least, I guess, intrusive of the elements of this bill. I think Ms. Timberlake was correct. She said that, yes, that will be addressed and corrected and modernized in this RFP that's out now. We've already gotten through, bids are coming in. We've had a bidders conference, and that's moving forward. So that will be one of the pieces that will be updated, yes.
Follow up, Representative McCray?
Can I ask a different question, Mr. Chair?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. Director Minio, I can't claim to be new anymore, but I still am. Could you talk a little bit about control state and how this impacts Maine as a control state in that kind of overview?
Sure. I'll just remind the committee, or maybe just update the committee, that the only commonality among the 18 control jurisdictions across the US is that the state is the wholesaler. That's it. That's the only common element. In some control states set wholesale and retail prices. Some control states set only wholesale. And some control states own, if you will, two tiers, while some control states own one, meaning wholesale and retail. In Maine, we own the wholesale, but we do not own the retail. So that's pretty much the way control states work. And remember, the opposite of a control state is what we call a licensed state. Let's say our neighbors to the south, Massachusetts, or it's completely in the private sector, and you have independent wholesalers who are that middle tier who buy the spirits products from suppliers, just like the state of Maine does in the control state environment here. Hope that helps.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative McCray. Any other questions for Director Minio? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, sir, for your testimony. We will certainly be discussing again at the work session for sure. And if committee members have questions between now and work session, feel free to email those either to Janet and make sure the whole committee sees those, and we can get that information for work session if we need to.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator Hickman.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I know this is my bill, but I wanted to just interrupt and ask us to take a moment to respect the fact that our colleague and friend, Representative Tuttle, passed away last night, and the speaker just notified the universe of that reality. And so I just ask us to pause at this moment and remember our colleague and friend. He served on this committee for years. He served in the legislature for years, and he's gone home.
Thank you, Senator Hickman, for bringing that up. Not quite sure if we should take a recess or if we should continue on.
Let's take a few minutes, please.
Yeah, we'll go into recess for 15 minutes and come back, Karen, please, at 12:15. Thank you. Okay, thank you, folks. We're back. I did want to just take a second. I think it's appropriate just to read the speaker's email and give people some opportunity if they want to make some comments. We received this email just a few moments ago. It is with deep sadness that I write to tell you that our dear friend and colleague, Representative John Tuttle, passed away last night. As you all know, John devoted his professional life to public service, was proudly serving his 12th non-consecutive term in the Maine House while serving on the Sanford City Council. He also served 3 terms in the Maine Senate, including as Senate Chair of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee, in total spending 3 decades in legislative service to his community. He was known for his work on bipartisan measures to support Maine hospitals and veterans and to improve the state's infrastructure. Ever a fighter, in his early years, John was a champion Sanford high school and collegiate wrestler, and he was inducted into the Maine Wrestling Hall of Fame in 2008. John served as a medic in the Maine Army National Guard and then as an emergency medical technician in Sanford for a decade. John's passing is a tremendous loss to the city of Sanford, the state of Maine, and all those who knew and loved John. We send our condolences to Ann, his beloved children and grandchildren, and we'll pass along details about the services for John as soon as we hear. And I would just like to add that the Over the Hill gang will be meeting after the committee ends, just probably in a better place this time. Now, I'll open it up if anybody wants to make comments. Please, Marianne. Excuse me, Representative Kitty.
Thank you. This is one of those times when less formal is not really an issue. I got to know John a little bit just from being on this committee this session, and we shared our Catholic faith, and I appreciated. I remember commenting because we're doing all this by Zoom, and he had his crucifix up right behind him in the Zoom meetings, and that just it puts a connection there that we don't necessarily have this time around because of Zoom, but it gave me a connection. I have to admit, when I first met him in person in the Civic Center, I was expecting a larger than life man. He was not very tall. My mother would say, "Don't pick on me for being too short," and he was about the same height as my mom, and she's not very tall. But I was thinking, we did hear Representative Harrington being from Sanford. He had heard as well just before we got the email from the speaker. And in my head, I was thinking, okay, yeah, it's time to go have that barbecue out in the parking lot, because that would be what he would want us to do. And I think we're gonna have to plan a barbecue for this committee out in the parking lot somehow before the session ends in memory of John.
Yeah, here, for sure. Representative Harrington.
It's been an honor to serve alongside him. Obviously different parties, and we both represent the same city. But he's been a great mentor. In my first 5 years, when John was in a hiatus from the legislature, he regularly never stopped representing the people of Sanford, and he'd always call me if someone in his neighborhood had a problem, and to try to help me address the issues for them. He's a great asset. Yeah, he was always a mentor to me, and despite being different political parties and despite campaigns, and he'll be missed, and the entire city of Sanford is taking a big loss today.
Thank you, Representative Wood.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. When I first met Representative Tuttle in the Civic Center, I thought there's no way I'm going to connect with this guy, but we just developed the best friendship. It turned out we're both phys ed majors. We both have degrees from the University of Maine. We were both, I think, around the same age, or at least we graduated in the same year. And we just had the best conversations. And I felt bad towards the end of the session. I asked him to go down to the cafeteria and have lunch with me, and I didn't realize how bad off he was. He really struggled with going up and down the steps just to get to the cafeteria. So after that, I started paying a lot more attention to him, just making sure that he was okay. And I'm really glad that when we were in Augusta, not this week, but a few weeks ago, most of us, I couldn't track everybody down, but most of us got to sign a card and sent to him a few weeks ago. I'm sure he received that. But I just love the guy. He was unique. And I will say, Mary Ann, I already texted Louis because Representative Tuttle always ended our meetings with, Louis, are you having that backyard barbecue this weekend? And I do remember one time, Senator Hickman, when I think you were there and you said, I have barbecues all the time, and you just live right down the road, not too far from the state capitol. So I'm going to volunteer you to have a barbecue in Tuttle's honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Wood. Representative Riley.
First, my condolences to John's family, and I will definitely miss his sense of humor. It was always a pleasure having his humor, like both on Zoom, but also in person in the State House, cracking jokes, and you just such a friendly and outgoing man. And I also just always admired just also his kind of his passion towards helping Maine veterans. I mean, he truly was an incredible public servant.
Thank you, Representative Riley. Karen. You're on mute, Karen, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I started here 26 years ago, before I took 20 years off, he was Senator Tuttle of this committee. And I just got an email from Danielle Fox that just reminded me, she sends her condolences, and she reminded me that she was, when she first started, that was her first chair. He's an incredible individual. I've enjoyed knowing him, and he was, I must say, always good to staff. And those who know me appreciate that very much. Very sad.
Thank you, Karen. Senator Miramont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I first met him in 2006 in the House when I was elected, and he was great. He came over to meet me and find me, and we started joking, and it never stopped for 2 years. It was a great fun time, and then we went our own ways and came back together when I came back for the Senate. And I just always loved, you cross paths, and he always had a good word, and like was already said with the jokes, but I learned a lot from him as a longtime legislator and realized that the outsized impact a person could have for their state and community through him, and have fun doing it. And I really am sad for his family as well, but his life made my life better, and I sure appreciate that of him. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Topeka.
I would echo everything that everybody has just said. Like I share all of those sentiments, and I just wanted to add that when I was first elected here, I was really nervous about serving and speaking up and what all that meant, being very new to kind of politics. But when I met Representative Tuttle, he put me at ease right away, and he showed me that it could be fun to serve and what it is to get along with folks and enjoy doing your work. And he really kind of set a standard for this committee that I'm honored to get to follow. And so I'm really sorry for the city of Sanford's loss. He was a great advocate, and my condolences go out to his family and friends.
Thank you, Representative Supika. Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like others, I repeat what has been said. His passion around veterans issues was something that really stood out for me. And I didn't know he'd been a wrestling champion, but he certainly was a fighter, persistent, dedicated, devoted. And I appreciate Representative Harrington's comments about Sanford, because that's a perspective I don't have, but I have no doubt believing that that's exactly who he was, a tiger for his city as well. Thanks. And my
Thank you,
condolences to the family as well.
Yeah, indeed. And I'm sure we'll have, sorry, Senator Hickman, apologies, I didn't see your hand up.
It's okay. I just put it up. I wanted to I'm glad that we were able to remember John today in this way, in his favorite committee. He loved this committee. I didn't know him very well because our legislative service didn't intervene, didn't coincide, I guess, as much as others, but we served on this committee together, and the stories he told, his institutional memory, you learn from him. I learned from him, and I could tell what his passion was throughout the years just by the stories he would tell this committee. He was pretty amazed that I was here. I do remember that. And he stopped and he looked at me when I got into the Senate and he said, "Oh my goodness." And that was about it. And I could see him just stunned. And so he meant a lot to me, even though I didn't know him very well, but I know so many people who knew him very well that I feel like he's a friend. And condolences to his family as well. And God bless John Tuttle. Rest in power, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say just a quick thing. Representative Corey's in a meeting, and as I said, Representative Harrington had heard earlier, even before the speaker's email came out, and we kind of had our own little conversation. And I just wanted to say what he said, because he doesn't have an opportunity to speak, and at this point, he may say something later, but this kind of cracked me up myself. When Representative Corey said this, he says he could have beat any of us on the wrestling mat. He cracked me up. I will miss him. And I figured I wanted to at least share that for Representative Corey, where he's unable to be here.
Thank you, and I'm sure I'm sure there'll be more chances to speak up, and as soon as we get the information about the services and what the families' requests are, I'll be sure to try and share it with the committee if we don't have it already. So, Representative Dahl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I found him to be quite a character on this committee. He always made me chuckle. And one big thing between him and I was the wrestling, because of the Dolph history in wrestling. And when he found out that I was a Dolph, I'm married to one, he was like so excited, and he just loved to hear about wrestling. He was quite a man, and God bless him. My condolences to his family and his friends and everybody that knew him and is impacted by his death. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I'm sure in true John fashion, he would want us to go on and continue our work for the good people of the state of Maine. So we unfortunately for those listening or those out there, we did abruptly interrupt our public hearing that we had for 1906. We will pick that back up again now. I believe we were at the section for those speaking neither for nor against. I'm sorry, Representative Dolph, did you have a follow-up? Your hand's still up. No, okay, all right, sorry. So we will try and persevere. I will bring in now Mr. Hackman Andrew Hackman, who is registered to speak neither for nor against LD 1906, and he will be followed by Mr. Ben Lucas. So, Mr. Hackman, I apologize for the delay. I appreciate your understanding, your patience, and please, sir, the floor is yours when you are ready.
Absolutely. Chairman Chiazzo, Senator Hickman, having worked with Representative Tuttle on a few issues over the years, also share my condolences. He was a great man, and I enjoyed his presence in the legislature. I know as we all work in the building, virtually now, but for work in the building, really have appreciated him as well. So it was sad to hear from my personal perspective. Andrew Hackman from the town of Union on behalf of the Distilled Spirits Council in a position of neither for nor against on LD 1906. Distilled Spirits Council represents the majority of the spirits manufacturers that produce products nationally and market them in all 50 states, including the state of Maine. We recognize that this bill addresses some major issues with regard to how the state operates the control state process here in Maine. We recognize and support the fact that producers would like to have a greater voice, perhaps, or an appeals process and the pricing process. And that's something that our members understand and respect the desire and need to have a voice and understanding of how the pricing process works moving forward, particularly on the appeals process. I think we all could use some clarity around how a manufacturer might appeal a pricing decision. With respect to the concerns that the Bureau raised and Director Minio, we do respect the obligations that Bablow has to existing statute and addressing the statutory obligations of the department and the Bureau in returning a financial profit to the state in order to meet its obligations under the hospital bond and in general to fulfill the liquor fund and its obligations to the general fund therefore. So some of the factors in the bill relate to that ability and respect their interest in having a process that works for them as well. So we want to be continually engaged in the process. As I said, we're neither for nor against because we recognize both aspects and the desire of manufacturers to have a greater ability to be involved in some of the pricing decisions and understand how it impacts their products. We have reviewed the amendment and our reflective comments are reflective of the amendment, and we'll continue to work with the committee, the sponsor, and those that are engaged on this issue in the continued stakeholders process to move this forward at the committee's discretion. So thank you for the time today. Sorry to also sort of fill in a sad note on things, but I appreciate the committee's ability to continue to work on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hackman. Any questions for the committee? See none. Thank you, sir. That's always tough to pick right up after that. So I appreciate it. Appreciate your time. Up next, we have Ben Lucas. If you could, Mr. Lucas, please name where the town you're from and what group, if any, you are representing. And when you are ready, sir, I will start your clock.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Chiazzo, Senator Hickman, members of the Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Ben Lucas. I live in Portland, and I'm here today representing the Maine State Chamber of Commerce. First, I'd like to personally and on behalf of the State Chamber of Commerce send my condolences to Representative Tuttle's family, and as well as this committee and his entire legislative family. I know Representative Tuttle served a number of years on this committee and in the legislature, and he considered the legislature and this committee part of his extended family. And I just wanted to pass along those condolences. I'll be brief with my remarks, fully recognizing that it's a difficult position we're all in, picking back up after the news that just broke. But the chamber is testifying neither for nor against LD 1906. We appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony today. Certainly want to thank Senator Hickman for bringing and the other co-sponsors for bringing this legislation forward. You've heard testimony today from some folks who are far more knowledgeable and experts in this area than myself, but I did just want to highlight one section and signal our support towards it. Under Section 2 of the proposed amendment, the creation of an appeals process by the Bureau. The Chamber always supports a more streamlined and consistent regulatory environment for Maine businesses. we feel this change helps accomplish that. Having an appeals process is consistent with other areas of state government, from unemployment insurance to workers' compensation insurance, healthcare, energy, environmental policy. All these areas have an appeals process, which makes it fair, rather than creating legal challenges when their only option is to sue and go right to court. I just wanted to highlight a couple things that Ms. Wise and President Jackson said earlier. Having your only option being go right to court, it kind of creates an unrealistic situation, both financially and practically, for Maine businesses. Having an appeals process at least allows them an opportunity to have their voice heard, and try and address their concerns, and see if there's a solution going forward. So I'll leave it there. Thanks again for the opportunity to speak. I'll be available for the work session. I'm happy to answer any questions, and certainly would welcome the opportunity to work with the director of Bablo and other interested parties on how we can move forward with an appeals process. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, then thank you, Mr. Lucas, for your testimony. I don't see anybody else in the attendee room, and I believe that would conclude. I will close out the public hearing now for LD 1906 and turn the gavel over to Chairman Hickman to move us into this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great job under these circumstances, under any, but especially these. I appreciate it very much. What a first day for me to chair this committee. We will take a break. We are scheduled to return at 1 o'clock to begin our work sessions, but I'm going to ask that we return at 1:30 to do that, unless there's an objection from anyone in the committee. So yes, Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, just before we conclude, I just want to get the caucus information out to people. So the Dems will be caucusing in between lunch. So I'll wait till the end, sir. Sorry.
Yep. So I was just going to say, I'm sure there'll be a caucus, but before we return, and I hope that everyone has a good break, and of course, share your stories about good Representative Tuttle in the process. And we will be back to continue. The show must go on, and we will be back to continue our work at 1:30. And so, Chairman Chiazzo, you wanted to talk about caucus?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will send out the link, give everybody 20 minutes to eat. We'll start caucus at 1 o'clock. And I will send the links out as soon as we're done here. Just a reminder, you can leave this meeting, and you probably should leave this meeting, and you can get back in with the link, the original link from this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Representative Kenny?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the Republicans will also caucus at 1 o'clock.
Have a good lunch, everyone. See you soon. We are at recess.
I had, what did I have?
All right, let's see here. Supposed to be caucusing, I think. Thanks for the nice welcome, Greg.
Oh, my pleasure, Dave. I'm sorry, I was trying to reconnect there. How are things on the mid-coast, my old stomping grounds?
Good. I can't wait for this snowstorm. Boy, this will be fun.
I know. Well, great to see you.
You too.
I better get off. I don't want Janet or Representative Cayazzo admonishing me.
See you in a minute.
I'm not running the clock, Director. You're good. It's all right.
All right, well, I didn't want to be chit-chatting if I wasn't supposed to. I just want to make
Before
sure.
they turn on the Zoom, I think we're good, but
Okay. Oh,
that's up to
okay.
the chairs.
Okay. Very
That was good.
We are live streaming, but
We are
I
live
would
streaming, so I
never
will-
admonish you.
Oh,
I thank you, Janet, for that reminder.
I'll
Yes,
shut up.
we will kick this off in just a little bit too. Thank you. Yeah, and thanks, folks. We're waiting. I think we're just waiting for caucuses to wrap up a little bit, and it looks like we're getting ready to get started here. So give us just a couple of minutes here. Thanks. All right, folks, thank you for your patience. We will get started. I will go through the script. We are going to go, I'm going to kick off LD 1643 to start. Senator Hickman has an appointment this afternoon. I'm not sure how much longer he'll be in, but he should be hopefully joining us in the next half an hour or so. But I will kick off the work session for LD 1643, which is an act to correct errors, inconsistencies, and conflicts in and to revise the state's liquor laws. So I will start off with the script. And I will say I am Representative Chiazzo, and I will be presiding over this work session of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. The purpose of this meeting is for the committee to receive information from staff and others in order for members to consider the legislative proposals before them and make recommendations of reports to the legislature. Only committee members, the committee analysts, and those specifically invited to attend will be participating in the work session using Zoom. For members of the public wishing to observe this meeting, it is being live streamed on the on the committee's YouTube channel, and will also be recorded for viewing after the meeting is concluded. We are also broadcasting the audio of this meeting on the legislature's website at www.mainelegislature.org. The YouTube live stream of this meeting, which is accessible to the public, begins at the scheduled time, which it does not because we're running late, so thank you very much for the work session, and will remain until the end of the day. If your video or audio is on, even if the committee is not then in active session or is on break, the public can see and hear you. This is a public meeting, and while we are meeting, discussion must take place on screen and not by way of the Zoom chat. You may use the chat to request to speak or to indicate that you're having a technical issue or to indicate that you are momentarily stepping away from the screen. However, again, you are not to use the chat feature for substantive discussion. I think we're all set with the introductions. And so we will open the work session for LD 1643. And thank you, Janet. When you are ready, I will turn all of the controls of the spaceship over to you. Thank you.
That may not be wise. So I'm going to share my screen and show you the bill analysis. I'm not going to read every word unless you really need a nap. But if you had the opportunity to come in on Wednesday to session, you should have a binder of materials. If you didn't have the opportunity, if you could coordinate with your aide, who can coordinate with Karen to make sure that you get them, because we wouldn't want you to have to print all of these things out. They're very lengthy. Because this is a 100-page bill, so that's the reason for the length. It's not because I'm really wordy. Well, maybe it is a little bit. Okay, good, we have laughter. So just to give you a background, because there's only one person on the committee who was involved in this process before. There was a resolve in 2019 that directed our office to prepare an analysis of the title and look for any inconsistencies, duplications, and ambiguities in its text. We were supposed to present that to this committee by January 2020. We prepared a rough draft in 2019, and the committee appointed a 5-member subcommittee, and that included former Senator Lucchini, Representative Schneck, current Senator Searway, former Representative Strom, and our current chair, Senator Hickman. And they held 6 public meetings over an interim to review a draft version of that report. Representatives from Babel were there. I remember Greg Minio being there. Larry Sanborn was extremely helpful, as well as Greg Minio, and some others came at different times. There were also stakeholders there from distributors. There were some distillery stakeholders there and others as well to go through various topics. And they ended up looking at all of the draft report and identifying 3 different bills that they wanted to put forward. 2 of them were printed and then eventually enacted in the 129th legislature. Making sure my legislature's right, I look up at my list on the wall. And The first was about the three-tier system and clarifying the financial relationships and how it applied to spirits. And the second bill was about certificates of approval and whether those were required to import spirits into the state. And the subcommittee felt like those were fairly substantive changes to the liquor laws. So they broke those out of the whole project, and those stood and fell on their own, and they both eventually were enacted with some amendments. And then the rest of the recommendations, after looking through the draft report that the subcommittee came up with, were printed into a longer bill, which was at that time LD 2131. This committee held a hearing on it, held a work session, received a chart that's similar to the one you have now that shows you where all the provisions are. And it ended up having that work session right before the pandemic struck and the legislature adjourned. There was an opportunity for the committee to meet again to have a work session. It was one of the first remote work sessions that the legislature actually held. And it developed a draft amendment and agreed and voted on that amendment. But because the legislature never actually reconvened, that draft amendment never had a chance to be heard or aired before the full legislature. So what happened was Senator Lucchini put in a bill to the 130th legislature, and he asked that it be printed with the text of the LD 2131 that was developed by the stakeholder group as amended by the committee. You can tell from the LD number this time, 1643, that didn't come out very quickly because they had to make sure that they incorporated the amendment correctly and that any laws that had been changed, they were amending the right text of the laws. So it took a while to produce it, which is why I think you all didn't address it last year and decided to carry it over to this year. So I'm not going to go through all these pages unless you want me to. I'm very happy to. I think this stuff is very interesting, as anyone who came to the stakeholder meetings would know, but I'm happy to go through anything you want. But I did just want to tell you what you have here in front of you. So most of the amendments in this bill are to Title 28A. There are two provisions that amend different titles, and they're summarized here in this first chart. And what I did was I gave you the page of the bill, the statute that's being amended, and then a summary of that amendment. And that's just for the two outside of Title 28A. Mostly what I did in this bill analysis was I took the summary, which appears over many pages of the bill because the bill does do many different things. It's pages 93 to 100. And I literally cut and pasted it into a table down here to tell you this is the piece of the summary. And then I would tell you where you can find that in the statutes, where you can find it on what page of the bill. You do, if you were able to pick up your materials, you do have a binder that contains the entire text of the current version of Title 28A. And so I tell you where you can find it in the binder, because sometimes, as you know, if something's repealed, you can't actually see the text that's being repealed. So if you want to see it, you would find that here. And then if I don't know how you want to proceed, but if you wanted to vote some things line by line, then I thought I would give you a little box to use that. Don't feel pressured. There's no need to use that. It's just an opportunity. And importantly, when this bill was being put together this time around, and it went through the process, there were some mistakes made because it wasn't entirely clear to the people who were assigned to draft it, and I don't blame them at all, exactly how the amendment interacted with the text of the original bill. And so there are some mistakes in the summary. It's entirely understandable. I'm not blaming anyone, but I did want to be clear to you what's actually in the bill. So if you see something struck through, that's because it's in the summary, but it's not actually in the bill. And I explain why in the chart so that you don't think there was anything nefarious going on. Also, there are some things that aren't mentioned specifically in the summary, but I thought you would want to know. So you'll see some additions here. I'm pointing to my screen. That's really not helpful. That are underlined, for example, of something that might not be mentioned in the summary, but you might want to know about. And then as well, probably the most important to you is there are some things that made it into this bill, which is why the title is so long. It's not just talking about errors and inconsistencies. It also says, and to revise the liquor laws. There are a few things that were actually discussed by the subcommittee with the stakeholders in the room, and they are actually changes from either current practice, both current practice and current law, but they were things that everyone agreed to. sometimes because they weren't that major or they seemed logical to the subcommittee and the stakeholders in the room. Like I said, there were two separate bills that came out of that process that the people on the subcommittee and the stakeholders felt really were significant substantive changes. So they separated them out. But I don't want you to think that there's nothing in this bill whatsoever that is even slightly substantive. There are a few things, and that's why they're highlighted here in the chart. Now, there are some things you may look at if you look at the citations and say, Janet, you're saying that only the highlighted things are substantive, but something else looks substantive. So if it looks substantive to you and it's not highlighted in the chart and you're worried, email me. I could have made a mistake. Or more, I hope more likely, it is because during the stakeholder process, people looked at some inconsistencies or ambiguities in the statute and realized the statute didn't match what was currently actually happening, and that everybody was okay with that actual current practice. So sometimes the amendments that appear in this bill are just fixing the statute to match what everybody agrees is a fine practice in current law. So those I didn't highlight because they're not changing anything on the ground for people. But that's how this chart is set up. And again, I am happy to talk for hours and hours about this, but I don't know that you want me to. So I will scroll down. You'll see this bill does a lot of really interesting and fun things. I do know some people on this committee in the past have been concerned about gendered pronouns, and that is something that the subcommittee wanted to fix. So all of those gender pronouns are removed in this bill. I mention that because I think in at least one other bill we've seen the gender pronouns stayed. So I just wanted you to know those are being all removed. There are some proposed amendments. If you remember during the hearing, there was a proposal from DAFS as well as Senator Sanborn of the Maine Brewers Guild about clarifying the definitions of malt liquor and wine, because a beer, or what would be called malt liquor in the statute, that is made by the fermentation of both malt and some type of fruit, actually technically meets the definition of both wine and malt liquor under the law currently. And I quoted the binder pages here because if you look at all of my detail down there, you probably have a hard time following what does current law say. But if you look at those definitions, you'll see it technically, if it's a blueberry beer, it might meet the definition of both, which leads to questions about which tax rate is applicable, who can produce it, a winery or a brewery. And if federal law says that a winery can't produce anything with malt liquor, but our law says maybe, anything with a fermented malt, and our law says you can, that could be confusing. So the proposal was to clarify these definitions to say that as long as there's no more than 49% of the overall alcohol content that's coming from a non-malt source, that would be categorized as malt liquor. So your blueberry beer, as long as it's not more blueberry than beer, could be considered malt liquor. And so I gave you a proposal of how that language could look. I haven't shared this with any stakeholders, but this bill analysis is posted online. So hopefully, I doubt you're going to vote this today, but if you do, great. But hopefully if you don't, if they don't like the way I worded that, or if any of you think we should change that, that's fine. I just wanted to see what it could look like if you went and adopted that proposed amendment to this bill. I did want to point out that if you change the definition of malt liquor and wine, it doesn't just change excise taxes. So it will clarify in the law that Maine breweries, but not Maine wineries, can produce these part malt, part fruit products. It will clarify that malt liquor retailers and wholesalers can sell and distribute some such products. There are some laws and some licenses that are issued, for example, to on-premises retailers that say you can only sell malt liquor or you can only sell wine. And so you are deciding who can sell that product if you change whether it's malt liquor or wine. And it also clarifies the excise taxes, which I think was one of the impetuses behind this, although there may have been others. I think labeling was an issue as well. The next request was not presented at the hearing, but it was submitted to me via email, and I posted it online through the testimony portal so you could see it. So the Maine Brewers Guild reached out to me and requested that the definitions that are in the bill for small brewery, well, they only requested about the small brewery definition, but it applies to the brewery definition as well, that perhaps that language be clarified. So right now, under the bill, a brewery is defined as an entity. Well, it's a person because person includes entities. It's easier for me to think of them as an entity that engages in brewing, lagering, and kegging, bottling, or packaging the person's own malt liquor. I think there's a very good point to be made that it's kind of confusing to figure out which one of these things you have to be doing or don't have to be doing. Can you be doing only one of them or some of them? Is there something that's more essential than the others? And the subcommittee, when it looked at these definitions of brewery and small brewery, I think that this derived from the small brewery definition. I can't remember, but the two were defined very differently from each other. And what the subcommittee did was make the definitions match each other and clarify that these entities can make low alcohol spirits. That's something that you'll see in the chart above when you have a chance to read through it later. So the focus of the subcommittee wasn't on this paragraph A language. So it's not as if somebody said, hey, we love that language, please don't change it. Obviously, you could change it anyway, but I don't want you to think the subcommittee was tied to that phrasing. And I did have a suggestion here that you could just change both of those paragraph A's if you share the concern of the Maine Brewers Guild to just say it's a person that produces the person's old malt liquor by the process of fermentation. Malt liquor is defined, all of that will be clear depending on the definition you want to go forward with in malt liquor. And that's similar to how distillery is defined. So I don't know that that would be problematic, but again, by putting this out here, people can then comment on it and say, you know, that's really a problem for X, Y, or Z reason. And hopefully we'll get that feedback. The next area where there were proposed amendments, I will back up and say there is a section of the chart that talks about low alcohol spirits products. There's a lot of confusion as I read the law, Title 28A. Oh, I guess I revealed I'm the one who did all the analysis of the errors and inconsistencies. Oh, well. But anyway, I read it before I had worked really on VLA. I read through the title, so I literally knew nothing. And I just looked at the title of, if you are completely ignorant of how the world of liquor and alcoholic beverages works, would you find this title straightforward or confusing? And I found many things about the treatment of low alcohol spirits products to be confusing. The subcommittee agreed and proposed changes about who can produce those products, the tax rates and things like that. But if you remember, Senator Farron also had some ideas about low alcohol spirits products that he presented in a bill last session. And this committee decided to vote that bill ought not to pass with his request that you consider maybe including some of his proposals in this errors bill, because there already are provisions that talk about low alcohol spirits products. And there was a potential for creating a conflict if the two were passed differently. So I think the idea was maybe look at this sort of holistically and put all of the changes that this committee wants together in one bill. So if you remember, low alcohol spirits products are currently defined as having up to 8% alcohol by volume, and Senator Farron's bill proposed to increase that to 15% alcohol by volume. In addition, his bill proposed to allow all different types of Maine manufacturers to be able to produce low alcohol spirits products. That actually is something that this bill does. It does it with different language than what Senator Farron's bill proposed, but it does come to the same outcome as far as this production request goes. In addition, Senator Farron's bill would have authorized a Maine wholesale licensee, and just to remind you, that phrase wholesale licensee denotes someone who is licensed in Maine to distribute malt liquor and wine. We just talked a lot about during the hearing this morning, the fact that the state has control over spirits and is technically the wholesaler, although it does contract that out to Pine State Trading. So when you see wholesale licensee anywhere in the statute, you are talking about malt liquor and wine. So Senator Farron's proposal was to allow those wholesale licensees to distribute all alcohol spirits products if they're imported by an out-of-state manufacturer or wholesaler of malt liquor or wine. He also proposed that any low alcohol spirits product that's imported by an out-of-state spirit supplier go through the state distribution system for spirits products. In addition, his bill proposed that the Bureau would decide by rule who can distribute any other low alcohol spirits product imported by an out-of-state spirits provider. Oh, sorry, back up the bullet point above. So as far as recommending that the state supply system be used for low alcohol spirits products. His bill proposed that that would be true for any product that's already being sold in Maine as a low alcohol spirits product, and that would be the products up to 8% alcohol by volume. And then as more products come online under the expanded definition, his bill proposed that the Bureau would decide whether that would be wholesale licensees who distribute them or the state distribution system for spirits. The bill didn't actually address who has the authority to distribute low alcohol spirits products that are produced by a Maine manufacturer. And that would be something you'd have to address if you want to go forward with this proposal. I will say that under the bill as drafted before you now, the errors bill, this was something that the subcommittee realized wasn't addressed in Maine law, who distributes these products, and the subcommittee decided to say that all of them would be distributed by wholesale licensees of wine. As far as technical drafting issues, you will remember, because we discussed this earlier when we discussed LD 1751, there are some conflicts and inconsistencies between the alcohol to go bill, which was Public Law 2021, Chapter 3, and the bill before you. I do not know if this committee is yet decided whether it wants to move forward with LD 1751 or not, whether it wants to extend the authority of on-premises retailers to sell alcohol to go or distilleries to sell cocktails to go. It may be that that is a more controversial change than the rest of the changes in this bill. I don't know, but if that's a possibility, I don't think it's harmful to have LD 1751 and LD 1643 to move on their own separate tracks. That is what a traditional Judiciary Committee errors bill would be for, is to fix any inconsistencies. None of these are fatal to either proposal. It's just terminology, whether you call it a full meal or a full course meal. It's the fact that you'll have food requirements that match in different sections. You could make a global definition. The fact that you don't this session is not problematic. It's just a way to clean up the statute moving forward. It's not a problem. There will be some issues about some cross-references, but when cross-references change, that's a classic sort of thing that would end up in an errors bill, is to fix cross-references. I don't think anybody'd be confused as to what the law means. And then I did have a suggestion about clarifying transportation. If you remember that if you're a small distillery or a distillery and you want to make cocktails to go.
Because she won't stop barking at all, like at the guy out there, and
you might want to mix in some wine, which I learned last year, or you might want to mix in somebody else's spirits products, not your own. There were provisions in that bill about how the distillery obtains those. That isn't reflected in LD 1643, but again, I don't think it's fatal to anybody understanding the law if those bills proceed separately. I'm not saying you have to have them proceed separately, but I just don't want anybody to worry that if that were to happen, there's a big problem. All of that can be fixed later, and our office will keep track of it. There are also some inconsistencies because you passed last year an act that clarified the authority of Maine manufacturers to sell their products directly to out-of-state customers if that direct sale is allowed in the state where the customer lives or resides and is getting the delivery. And there are a few things that render inconsistencies. So remember, this bill is printed as LD 1643. So it was actually printed later in the session, but it was printed based on the law in effect at the time that it was printed. And so Chapter 8 wasn't yet in effect. So some of the statutes just don't match up. So this type of cleanup, we could easily add to the bill if you want to move forward. I'm not going to read through all of those, but I think there's easy ways to fix that. And I have ideas about the language if you want to do that as well. The next one is the tasting room cocktails. This is very similar to the liquor to go. It's an authority that is set to expire in September. You have LD 1751 to decide if you want to extend that authority. Again, you could incorporate everything about that bill into this bill and just move forward with it, or you could have them proceed on parallel tracks, or even decide you don't want to proceed with 1751, and we could take care of any potential conflicts that arise. Finally, one that I do hope you consider fixing, because these are sections of the statute that are terribly messed up already and we don't need to make them worse, is chapter 276 from last year, which was the law where you authorized auditoriums, civic auditoriums, and performing arts centers to obtain off-premises catering licenses. And it would just be helpful because, again, this bill was printed before that chapter became law. It doesn't include auditoriums, civic auditoriums, and performing arts centers, so it would be helpful to add them to the list. If you want to see an example of why the subcommittee felt that this bill was necessary, this is the best example I can think of, is to just compare 1012 subsection 3 with 1052, and you'll see that the list of who can get an off-premises catering license doesn't match. And that appears in a couple of sections of statute where there are just lists that don't match. And that's the type of thing, the more mundane thing, but sort of helpful to the reader thing that this bill is designed to do. Now, when I was trying to make sure you all went to get your binders of materials from Karen, I sent what I thought was a funny email to the chairs and leads, but really I got no response back. I was really quite heartbroken. But I did say that they should try and encourage you to pick up your binders because we would be able to talk about pickleball and curling. And that's kind of more exciting than even the Olympics might be, but nobody agreed with me. Anyway, so there's a definition. These are some technical amendments that I realized when reading through the bill again. There's a definition of indoor racket center, and it has a whole list of different types of racket sports.
Janet, sorry, Janet, can I hold you up just for a quick second? Apologies.
Yeah.
Senator Farron is back in, and I'm not sure if you wanted to retort that or not. But
not necessarily retort, but I did pick up on that, Janet. And I know that you have a sense of humor, and just sometimes you leave us speechless because you are so spot on with this stuff, and then you throw us a curveball like that. But we really appreciate you keeping us on our toes.
And I just want to add, for my defense, I don't find anything funny about pickleball. I think it's an extremely serious sport. And I think it's, once you pull a hammy, I'm telling you, you'll have a whole different appreciation for the game. Trust me. Representative Kinney, I don't mean to open this up to you, but sorry. Representative Kinney, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I did catch it. I read your email about 11 o'clock that night, and pickleball is something that we're homeschooling my daughter, and that's her gym class has been pickleball. So I very much appreciated that comment. And I will say that I did make the comment. I did make an announcement on the floor of the House to make sure that everybody went and picked up their binders. And Representative Chiazzo caught that. He sent me a note. Thank you. I forgot to mention that myself. So we had you covered.
Thank you. Thank you. My parents live in a community where pickleball is played, which was why this occurred to me. It's not essential to the title, but if you're already messing around with it, why not?
Exactly, why not? Representative Corey, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is it in Scarborough right now that the big pickleball controversy is going on with the noise ordinance and it keeping people up and the expansion of a pickleball court there? Or is that Cape Elizabeth? Is that the fancy people? Have you heard about this? There's somebody wants to expand their pickleball presence, and it's just
Representative Corey, I am not taking the bait on either one of those comments.
I would not get into the pickleball thing, Chris. I definitely wouldn't, especially in Scarborough right now.
Well, now I feel terrible for bringing it up. I will say the curling reference is buried in this bill somewhere. In this bill analysis, and I leave it to you to find.
And I apologize, Janet, for allowing this us to go off the rails the way we do. I don't mean to make light of this, but I think a little brevity today is probably a good thing. So thank you, Senator Farron, for opening that opportunity. But apologize for taking you off your game, Janet. I'm following along as best I can, but I'm still trying to process it all. So please, when
sure. So
and I'll look for that other reference somewhere.
There are some other technical changes. Item number 6 here is just something to make two sections of statute that are right next to each other match. The subcommittee focused on the language and subsection 4A of this statute, and that same language appears in 4B. So I thought, why not make it match? there is a question. The 3-tier bill that was enacted out of the subcommittee's work created a definition of business entity, which we noticed in our office is defined similarly twice throughout in 2 other places throughout the title. So maybe you just need one definition, just move that definition to the definition section. This is literally the type of question that is throughout this bill. It's all about trying to clean this sort of thing up to make the title hopefully more readable. This special warehouse storage facility is a technical change. The bill changes those facilities from obtaining a certificate of approval to obtaining a license. So then there's a phrase in another statute that just needs to be cleaned up to match. There's some head note issues where the head note doesn't exactly match the content. My favorite is the one that just says skating center and not indoor, because we define it as an indoor skating center and you don't want to think all of a sudden maybe we're talking about outdoor ones. There also, I did notice the term liquor enforcement officer. I reached out to Bablo and confirmed that those individuals are now called liquor inspectors. That's old language that was based on when it was in the Department of Public Safety. So you might want to consider fixing that as well. There's one provision of law which either you want to fix the way I suggest or you actually substantively want to change it. So I might explain that slightly here. If you look in the provision of law that talks about a mobile service bar, and those are the sort of, I think they're the carts. I don't play golf either or drink a ton, so I don't really know this for sure, but I think they're at the golf courses and you can purchase a beverage there. And there's a provision of law that says if there's a violation of the liquor laws or rules that occurs at the mobile service bar, then all of the licensees' on-premises licenses may be suspended or revoked at the same time based on that one violation. And if you look actually in a different provision of the title, the general rule is that if you have a violation that leads to a license suspension, only the establishment where the violation occurred will be suspended, that license. But if you have a violation that rises to the level of being a revoked license, then all of your licenses can be revoked together. And this is just a difference for the mobile service bar. And it could be very well because it's sort of a sub license of the disc golf course or the golf course. So it may be intentional and you want to keep it, in which case I'd add this notwithstanding language, or maybe you want to just follow the default rules. So I just thought I'd point that out. And some of these I'm saying because I'm hoping if anybody's listening who knows why these differences are there, they will weigh in with you all so we can know whether you want to what I consider fixing it, or maybe that's really messing it up. So there is TTB authority required in current law to obtain a distillery, small distillery, and tenant brewery license and a tenant winery license, but that same requirement doesn't exist for a regular brewery, small brewery, winery, or small winery license. I don't know if that's intentional or just an oversight. If it is an oversight, a court would look at this and say, well, you can't require that TTB authority as a matter of state law. It may be required as a matter of federal law, but you can't require it as a matter of state law if you put that requirement in for some licenses, but not for others. So that would be something to clear up. Some of these are smaller. I'm just trying to think if any of the other ones really need to be discussed out loud. Oh, yes. The other thing is that one of the big things that this bill does that's before you is it rewrites and sort of reorganizes the importation and transportation laws regarding spirits, wine, and malt liquor. And in doing that, it doesn't address low alcohol spirits products, which aren't technically spirits, wine, or malt liquor unless they happen to be fortified wine with less than 8% alcohol by volume. So I didn't know if you wanted to add something here to clarify the importation and transportation authority for those low alcohol spirits products. So those are the kinds of things that are in this bill. There's a whole bunch of, sorry, I'm trying to find stop share. There's a whole bunch of technical things. There are some more substantive. Those are highlighted in the chart. There are some suggestions for additions, including the fruit beers, the definitions of brewery and what exactly activities do they need to engage in, all of Senator Farron's proposals for changing low alcohol spirits products, and then there are some technical things at the end that you may want to consider adding. I can go into more detail, but I think that's probably all you want right now. I'm just guessing.
Yeah, thank you, Janet. Yeah, there's so much stuff to unpack here. It's a lot. So I think maybe we look at this from the committee perspective of how do we want to tackle this, right? I mean, because there's so many different things in here. We've got, if I understand it correctly from Janet, we've got each one of those kind of bullet items of what's changing in the bills. So we need to decide if we want to vote those. Be nice if we could vote those all in at once, but if people kind of go through and look and see if they have concerns or questions about them, highlight those and we can come back and get more details on them. And these are just suggestions, folks. So if people want to do a different approach, then jump in. That brings us through to I think page 12 of the bill analysis, and then each one of those amendments, we'll decide we should maybe take those up individually as well and talk about the details and the merits of those, and do we want them included or not. Vote those in individually, and then finally, obviously, all of the technical amendments. Probably go through one at a time, or excuse me, the technical draft issues. Have people just pick those out. If people have questions or concerns in any one particular area, highlight those, and maybe we go back and revisit those when Janet needs us to make a decision of should we do this or that. We'll break those out one by one, and then we can tackle those and dig deeper into each one of those and what the outcomes would be. So, thank you so much, Janet. This isn't even, like I said, this is almost 2 sessions worth of work right here, trying to come to a culmination. So, very daunting task. I don't know how you managed to keep all of this stuff straight, but it is really amazing. So I appreciate the organization of this and the presentation of this. And I think it's just up to us now to take it, digest it a little bit, and then decide how we're going to break out each one of those chunks. So
I do want to, if you don't mind, I do want to say I haven't worked with a lot of departments in my work with the legislature, but I have been so grateful to the Bureau and to their staff. They have been exceedingly helpful in this project. So I just wanted to give them a shout out because they deserve it. They've been very helpful.
Nice. That's great. That's excellent. Representative Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that this is where the chairs and leads could be super valuable. It approaches the way we kind of handle this kind of thing is, what we'll do is as each caucus, we'll go through, all of the, provisions in there. We'll figure out like what we're cool with, right? And, then the chairs and leads will get together and we'll be like, okay, we are cool with all these things. And then we'll move all of those things, do you know what I mean, in one session. And then, the stuff that's a little bit higher up on the tree will readdress, do you know what I mean? Stuff that we have maybe more questions about. And it's likely with something like this, it's a nonpartisan issue that, we'll likely, find that those are the spot where we have questions for, Janet and, and Bablo and sort of everything else, and then get those things out of the way. And then if there's like a top couple of tiers, but I really think that this could be, one of those situations where we look at a process like that, where we just meet with our respective caucuses, get the big chunks out of the way first, you know what I mean? And leave the little stuff. And that makes us, an elephant we can eat, which anyways, cool.
No, very, very much agreed, Representative Corey. Thank you for that input for sure. And you deal with the same complex issues in AFA. They're giant bills all the time. So it makes sense to me to do it that way, of course. Senator Hickman. So you're on mute. Sorry.
I was eating lunch. I'm sorry, I was late back for a presentation elsewhere. I thank you, Janet, for this work. It reminded me that I was actually on the subcommittee, and you are right. The Bureau was absolutely helpful in every way. I think that what Representative Corey just said is a fabulous idea. And we do need to clean up this title. And this is the work that has been delayed and carried over and delayed and carried over. And so, God willing, we will get it done this session because the statute deserves it. So we will set this aside, I think, probably until we can come back and make sure that we can get a unanimous report on all the things that we agreed to do with this major overhaul of Title 28A. So thanks again for the work, Janet, and the work of the Bureau in helping make it work, and all the stakeholders who gave us their input as we were walking through the statute, and just kind of rolling our eyes, like, where did this come from? So it was a walk down memory lane for sure.
All right, thank you, Senator. Any other questions or comments for Janet or the committee? Senator Farron.
Hey, based upon that, I would say that we would make a motion to table.
Motion to table by Senator
LD
Farron.
1643.
Thank you. And I think I heard Representative Kennedy. Did you second that? Yes. Okay.
Second.
All right. So motion to table made by Representative Farron. Excuse me, Senator Farron. Sorry. Seconded by Representative Kinney. That is a non-debatable motion. So Karen, please call the roll when you are ready.
Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Mearmont.
Yay.
Senator Farron.
Yay.
Senator Farron, yay. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolph.
Yes.
Representative Dolph, yes. Twelve members having voted for the motion, 0 members voting against the motion, and 0 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Karen. All right, so that concludes the work session today for 1643. I will hand the gavel back over to my distinguished colleague, Senator Hickman, and we will go from there.
Thank you, Chairman Chiazzo. We will go in order for the rest of the afternoon. I will open the work session on LD 1779, an act to protect election integrity by regulating possession of ballots and voting machines and devices, sponsored by Representative Teresa Peirce of Falmouth. Janet, please present the bill analysis to the committee. Thank you very much.
So this bill, there's several things. First, regarding the possession of sealed containers of election materials. In section 1 of the bill, it amends a statute in Title 21A to require the municipal clerk to maintain possession, custody, and control of the sealed, tamper-proof containers in which used ballots and election materials are stored, and to keep those containers sealed through the date that the ballots are destroyed under a different section of law, unless the municipal clerk is expressly authorized by law to open the containers, to transfer possession of the materials that are within it to another person. It also it amends a statute about ballots that are in possession of the governor, the legislature, or court. So section 2 of the bill requires the governor, the Maine Senate, the Maine House of Representatives, a committee of the Maine legislature, and any court of competent jurisdiction that receives original ballots from the Secretary of State or municipal clerk to maintain those ballots in a secure location and retain sole custody of them until they're returned to the Secretary of State or the municipal clerk. Section 2 of the bill also directs that any inspection of these ballots must be subject to oversight by a public official authorized by law to inspect ballots. Finally, in sections 3 and 4 of the bill, they prohibit a municipal clerks from transferring possession, custody, or control of voting devices. Those include voting machines and electronic tabulating systems to any person except as expressly authorized by the Secretary of State. So I thought it might be helpful to know what's exactly inside of these containers that we're talking about and what maybe isn't inside of these containers. I personally found it a little bit confusing, so I wanted to know. So I was just guessing you might want to know. So section 1 of the bill amends the section of statute, section 698, subsection 2-A, which requires that the following state election materials be sealed in a tamper-proof ballot security container. That would include used state ballots that are wrapped within their tabulation if they're hand counted or they're loose if machine tabulated, spoiled ballots, defective ballots, void ballots, envelopes containing challenge certificates, and the official tally tape from the electronic tabulating system. So those are the contents of the containers that section 1 of the bill requires the clerk to maintain in their custody and possession and to keep sealed unless the law expressly authorizes them to open the container or to transfer the custody somewhere else. It may be helpful to know that under that statute, in different subsections, there are different election materials that have to be packed separately, and they would not be governed by the chain of custody requirements in the bill. First, unused, unsealed, absentee and regular ballots, those must be canceled by a physical mark and they must be placed in the containers in which the regular ballots were delivered. So those aren't covered. The incoming voting lists, those are the lists of people who are eligible to vote that are present at the election on election day in the voting place, and they indicate whether someone voted by absentee ballot, and people check off if somebody came and voted that day. So those voting lists have to be sealed in a separate package outside the containers of used and unused ballots. Those packages are sealed for 5 days or until the time for a recount, election contest, or an appeal has passed, after which the clerk unseals the voting list and keeps it in the clerk's office as a public record. So those aren't governed by this provision. In addition, absentee ballot envelopes, the application, and the unopened envelopes containing rejected absentee ballots are sealed in different tamper-proof security containers or other containers that are separate from the containers with used or unused ballots. Again, those are sealed for 5 days or in time or until the time for a contest of the election has passed, and after which they are public records in the clerk's office. So those are also not covered by section 1 of the bill. Section 1 of the bill also has that provision that says, except as expressly authorized in this title or other applicable law, the clerk has to keep possession. So I thought it might be helpful to you to know where I could find in the title some express authorization for the clerk to open those containers. So first of all, there is a section 711, subsection 4 of the statute that allows the clerk to open the containers to remove some things that are inside the containers that were improperly sealed in there. For example, if the incoming voting list ended up in that container incorrectly, there is authority for them to unseal the container and take it out. So that's one area where they're expressly authorized by statute to open the container. Another area would be to transfer ballots and election materials to the Secretary of State for a recount of a county, state, or congressional election. And after those materials are transferred under 737A, there is language in that recount statute requiring the Secretary of State to store and maintain exclusive control over those ballots and other election materials. And then in the end, return those to the municipalities. So that's another express authorization. There is also express authorization that you actually see in section 2 of the bill, which allows the municipal clerks and the Secretary of State to transfer ballots to the governor, Senate, House of Representatives, a legislative committee, or the court upon request. Just to remind everybody why those entities might need it, the Senate and the House of Representatives have the final say on who is seated as a senator or a legislator under the Constitution, so that might be why they would need to see the ballots. Obviously, the governor declares the winner of different elections, and we've talked about in ranked choice voting before that the governor can look at the ballots if they want to under current Constitution to see how those the elections are decided. And then obviously a court would need to see any ballots during a challenge, especially disputed ballots, which are other provisions of law about the disputed ballots. And then another piece of additional information you might want to know, there are several other statutes already in existence about the security of election materials and voting equipment, and they're all in the appendix. So you can see what the crimes are if you, for example, unseal the containers or tamper with voting equipment. I thought you might want to know about those. I'm not going to go through them all now unless you ask me to, but they are attached to this bill analysis. There were some technical issues when I looked at the bill, the way it's drafted. That first section of law, you can't see it because it's only showing you the second paragraph of subsection 2A. So I decided to show you all of subsection 2A. So this is the provisional law again that's going to be requiring the municipal clerk to keep control and possession in sealed containers. And those requirements apply to state ballots. And as used in this, a state ballot, it may be helpful for you to realize if there's any kind of federal election, that question is allowed to be printed on the state ballot. So we're covering federal elections here too when we talk about a state ballot. So those are all sealed in those containers. But there is a provision in that statute which talks about municipal elections, and those materials are sealed in a different container. The municipality is allowed to buy a tamper-proof ballot security container for it and seal it in there. But as I read this statute, it's a little unclear if these possession, custody, and control requirements are supposed to apply to both types of containers or just the state material containers. If the intent is to apply to both, I think we just change a few words, clarify it a little bit, but I think we could do that, just make it clear. Probably somebody would say it applies to both, but just the containers wasn't exactly clear to me which of the containers described above were covered. I think it's worth clarifying if you want to. The next thing that you may be interested to know is that the bill talks about keeping the custody and control of those containers until the used ballots are destroyed. And if you look in section 23, which is hyperlinked here if you want the whole thing, but I've excerpted what I think are the relevant provisions. If you have a federal candidate, for federal office on the state ballot, then those ballots have to be kept for 22 months. Otherwise, ballots for municipal elections, referenda elections, or special legislative elections are kept for 2 months. And after that, under this statute, they can be destroyed. They don't have to be, but they may be destroyed. So that's the duration of time in which we're requiring all of this sealing and everything to take place. But I thought it was a little strange that the bill talks about until the used ballots are destroyed. But as we went through earlier, there's a whole bunch of things in those containers that aren't used ballots. So it made sense to me, just to be clear, to say until the contents are destroyed of the containers, because you have a container with a lot of things in it. You shouldn't be solely focused on the used ballots. Now, somebody might say, well, Janet, that doesn't make any difference because they're all destroyed at the same time. But I think it's better to be clear. You probably noticed that theme with me. The next thing that was a technical or drafting issue is section 1 of the bill authorizes the clerk to relinquish possession. Again, I said if it's expressly authorized by law, state or federal law. And I did run this question I had by the Secretary of State's office, because there's nothing currently in Title 21A itself that expressly allows the clerk to transfer ballots to the Secretary of State for ranked choice voting purposes. It's not that anybody's violating the law. I don't mean to give that impression, but the way that the statute is written, it says, okay, here is how you count and tally ranked choice voting ballots if that is implicated. And please, Secretary of State, go out and make rules about how the process works. And those rules are what talk about having the courier come pick up the ballots from the municipality and transfer them to the Secretary of State. So technically, there's nothing expressly authorizing in this title transfer those ballots. So you may want to make that clear so that there isn't a conflict between the way we conduct ranked choice voting and the way the bill talks about the security of those materials.
Janet, I have a question about that, if you don't mind.
I do not mind.
Thank you. So the rules that are promulgated are authorized by this title. That's not good enough for that language to apply. Is that what you are saying?
I think that it is better to be clear because it says except as expressly authorized in this title. And the title says you can make rules about this, and the rules say you transfer the ballots to us.
Yep.
It also says or other applicable state or federal law. Technically, rules have the force of law, but I still think where that word expressly, that phrase, excuse me, expressly authorized, just gave me pause if it's not expressly in there. And there are other provisions of statute that do expressly allow the transfer of the ballots. So somebody could argue, no, you have to conduct these ranked choice voting tabulations in the municipality because they can't get rid of, or maybe the clerk has to go with the ballots. I mean, maybe that sounds ridiculous, but if you're going to use a phrase like expressly authorized, I think you need to be expressed then where you're authorizing.
Thank you.
And then for presidential election recounts, the statute for recounts talks about transferring ballots for congressional elections, state elections, municipal elections, but doesn't actually talk about presidential elections. So you might want to just add them in there. It's not that you can't conduct a recount. That's the provision of the statute talking about transferring of the ballots. So I don't think it's a problem. Again, nobody's doing anything wrong in current law if they've done a recount of a presidential election in Maine. It's again, this worry I have about that phrase expressly authorized. If you want to use that phrase, you need to make sure everywhere you want the ballots to be transferred that you do in fact expressly authorize it. Or at least that would be my suggestion. It's entirely up to you. And then the last question I had, this one really threw me for a loop. If you look at section 2 of the bill, it's the part of the bill that talks about the ballots being transferred to the governor or the legislature or court. And it says that once the ballots are in that entity or person's hands, then they have to remain in their sole custody, just like section 1 of the bill does about the municipal clerk keeping sole custody and possession of the ballots. But then it has that second section about inspection of the ballots under this section is subject to oversight by a public official authorized by law to inspect the ballots. And I am not clear of who these public officials are. It is true that the legislature can decide and look at the ballots, that the court can, if they're deciding the case, and look at the ballots, the governor can certainly. And requiring those ballots to be kept in their possession may be sufficient. You might not need that second section, that second sentence, because it then raises that question, who are these public officials? And when I look through Title 21A and try and see who's authorized by law to inspect ballots, it's not clear that there's somebody else. So adding that language in there to me suggests there is somebody else, and I couldn't find who that somebody else was. So my suggestion would be to take the second sentence out. I don't think it changes the meaning, but that may give a lot of people heartache. So it's only a suggestion, and you may have a different way of approaching it, or everybody might say, Janet, you're crazy. It's obvious. So that's fine too.
Thank you, Janet. Are there any questions from the committee for Janet on the presentation of LD 1779? Seeing no hands raised, I'm wondering if, I just have a quick question for the Office of the Secretary of State. So I see Secretary Bellows here. I am not a host, so I cannot move the secretary into the room. Karen, can you please?
I just moved her in, Senator, sorry.
That's okay. It's okay. I had to come back after another commitment. And so there she is. Madam Secretary.
Hi.
Good afternoon. How are you today?
Good afternoon, Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee.
Thank you. I just wanted to, get your feedback on what you've heard in the analysis, but ask you the specific question about where the chain of custody doesn't apply. Were those intentional exceptions? And if so, for what reason?
No, I think that our interpretation is that rulemaking has the force of state law. So I see Deputy Secretary Flynn here as well, but I think we would be comfortable if we wanted to add I think some wordsmithing could make that even clearer. But we could say is expressly authorized by this title or rulemaking under this title, so that that was more clear. That's probably the simplest way to fix it. But if Janet and Opla or Julie, who's Deputy Secretary Flynn, who's really an expert, have a better proposal, we're comfortable with that. But again, it's just because we interpret rulemaking as having the force of state law. But we think those chain of custodies and those transfers are really important.
Yeah. And I'm also wondering about the exclusions that were demarcated earlier in the analysis. Janet, can you just put your analysis up on the screen one more time so I can show the secretary and the deputy secretary what I'm actually asking about? I appreciate that answer because I would have gotten to that, but it is scroll down, please. I think it's the 3 bullet points that there were some ballots that were not subject to the chain of custody requirement.
Oh, right. So there are a few things that are public record, and I'm going to defer to Deputy Secretary Flynn. So there's different treatment for the ballots that are actually marked by a voter, used during an election, and some of the materials surrounding that. They are treated separately than the unused ballots. And I will defer to Deputy Secretary Flynn, but my understanding when we're thinking about access to ballots and equipment, one thing that we are significantly concerned about in terms of integrity of the election is that the ballot that a voter has cast remains in the custody of the state or the municipality, that there's an official chain of custody for the ballots that are cast by the voters, because those are the integral process of the evidence and of the election, and similarly with the equipment. But I defer to Deputy Secretary Flynn in terms of whether we should consider including the unused ballots in some of these procedures, or whether that's not really relevant because it's not associated with the conduct of that particular election because they're not used.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Secretary. Deputy Secretary Flynn, could you please also weigh in on those? I think the first bullet point and the third bullet point, I think I understand the second bullet point being exempted,
right,
but it's the first and the third. I was wondering if that was intentional, and if so, why?
I think the first bullet point, the absentee ballot materials, if there's a recount, those aren't necessarily brought to the recount initially, but we would keep them, have the town keep them sealed until after a recount. They're only brought to a recount if the difference in the vote is less than 10, then the voting lists and the first and second bullets, those materials are also brought to a recount and would be part of the inspection. I know under federal law, the unused ballots are treated like the used ballots in that they have to be kept for 22 months. So I am wondering if we do need to make that part of the chain of custody, because you wouldn't want someone to just be able to take blank unused ballots and mark them and try to, have those floating around somewhere. So I think that probably that was an oversight for us. But normally if there's no recount, the first 2 bullets after the 5 business days during which you can request a recount of state election or federal election, those would remain sealed, and after that they're unsealed and become public records. So they're treated like freedom of access. The municipal official would have to keep them secured and give people access to looking at them or copying them, but she couldn't just give the originals away to anybody.
So just for my own clarity, and I agree with Janet, I love the word, which of these 3 bullet points should be governed by the chain of custody requirements in section 1 of the bill, if any?
I think the third one with the unused ballots should also be covered.
So the first bullet point and the third bullet point,
Um,
or just the first bullet point?
oh, I'm sorry.
I think she's saying this one.
Thank you, Janet. Yeah, I think she is too. I just want to make sure that she's not saying the third bullet point.
Right, no. I had, it's just the unused ballots, which is the first bullet point. I was looking at that and saw absentee
Okay, I just want to
in
clear.
that.
Okay, so
I apologize.
if we, it's okay, it's all good. So if we were to go forward with this bill, we would want to ensure that bullet point number 1 would be governed by the chain of custody requirements in section 1, correct?
Yes, yes, I
Thank
would say yes.
Thank you, Janet, for sharing the screen. I'm all set with that for now. We may have it back up for another reason later, but we'll see. Representative Corey has a question.
Great, and this isn't really necessary. This is more discussion than a question. So I'm sort of going through this and I'm trying to figure out why we have sort of this bill before us. I've tried to wade through what happened in Colorado. That's what's mentioned, where a ballot machine was actually, you know, transferred to a third party by a municipal clerk. And, you know, they took the information from the machine, I guess, and put it out there on the internet. That's basically what I believe happened based on, you know, what I'm reading for the articles about it. And that's where this came from. I mean, when I look at sort of the bill analysis that Janet gave us and what the current law is, or at least, you know, you'll find that in there. And I go through where it talks about what municipal clerk's, you know, responsibility is with regard to, you know, ballots and the machines. I mean, first it talks about ballot security, which is in the first section of chapter 9, subchapter 2, where it basically says, and this would be Public Law 2003, chapter 447, subsection 24, the municipal clerk shall take appropriate measures to ensure the safety and security of all ballots before, during, and after the election. Ballots and voting equipment must be secured in an area that is accessible only by the clerk or the clerk's designee. So this is already covered in Maine statute, is what Janet has kind of pointed out in providing these chapters of law to us. So then even within this, we don't want, you know, people messing around, you know, with the machines. But, you know, if we even look at sort of like voting, you know, devices, you know, subchapter 6, and the storage and maintenance of those machines, it says that the clerk is responsible for proper storage and maintenance of each machine. The municipal clerk shall have each machine locked, sealed, and stored in a safe, dry building, which means not giving it to anybody else. Then it says the municipal clerk shall have each machine kept in proper operating condition. That means people not tampering or messing with the machine. We already have all of this in law. Then I look at sort of what's in the bill itself, and I'm looking at section 2, 21A MRSA subsection 739, and underneath where all the addition is of this stuff with regard to the Secretary of State and municipal clerk, it says there's a resolved ballot dispute for an election to the State House of Representatives, the State Senate, arising from recount. You know, it says specifically who's allowed to see those ballots and how they're allowed to be inspected and everything. So outside of, you know, what's happened in Colorado and Arizona, which it seems like that's the impetus for this bill, it seems like all of this is already established in law. I don't understand what this law does in addition to this. And I think that gets back to the point, like, have we really had problems in Maine? The only time that I can ever think of ever having had a problem with ballot security and ballot access in Maine, or ballot security in Maine, would have been back in the 1990s. And we all know about 2 legislative clerk or aides, do you know what I mean, that, you know, raided the ballots and, you know, stuck in, you know, some ballots that didn't belong there. And at that point, I think that the election officials found out, they put a lock on the door. The person wasn't able to get back into the ballot boxes and, pull the evidence out of the, bad things that they had done. That's the way I explain that. I don't know if anybody or any of us were around back then, but that's the only time I'm aware of ballots having been tampered with in the state of Maine. Does anybody know if ballots have been tampered with in the state of Maine outside of that incident that happened, with legislative aids back in the 1990s?
Thank you, Representative Corey. Does anyone have an answer, would like to answer the question? Seeing none. And Chairman Chiazzo, did you have anything to say, or you all good?
Sorry, Chairman, I think Secretary Bellows wanted to she raise her hand to respond.
I didn't see your hand go up. Secretary Bellows, please.
Thank you. I just want to express what I expressed in my testimony is that we are very lucky here in Maine. We have had election administrators under the oversight of Deputy Secretary Flynn for over 20 years do an excellent job with security of our ballots, of our equipment, of our election materials. Maine has one of the most secure, fairest, safest election administration systems of administration in the country. Prior to 2021, it never occurred to anyone that ballots or equipment would be turned over to partisan third parties. It just was not contemplated or dreamed of because our election systems, our traditions were that the ballots and the equipment were in the chain of custody of the officials, including the municipal clerks and election officials at the Department of Secretary of State. So what happened in Colorado and Arizona had never been previously contemplated. And the travesty of that is twofold. One, it cast aspersion and doubt in the minds of voters as their very ballots were handed over to partisan actors. Two, it cost the taxpayers millions of dollars. That voting equipment was ruined, completely compromised. So you're right, this has never happened in Maine, and what a good thing. And prior to 2021, it had never happened anywhere in the country. So when we looked at our statute and Representative Person in our department had these conversations, we realized, yes, the statute affirmatively says that these materials, this equipment, are in the control and custody of the municipal officials or the Department of State officials. But there's nothing in statute that prohibits explicitly, it's implied, it's assumed. One could draw that conclusion from the affirmative powers or responsibilities, and that was certainly what we would argue in court, should it come to that. But to make it clear to everyone that those ballots and that equipment remain in the custody of the election officials, I think is where this bill was coming from and what that additional language has to do. So you're right. We can be really proud of Maine's history, but we think this is a necessary safeguard. It's not superfluous language.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. With leave of the chair, I'm going to call on the bill sponsor who I have allowed to speak. So Representative Peirce, please introduce yourself. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and great to see the VLA committee. Thank you for promoting me over to panelist. I appreciate that. And just to add on to the great analysis by the Secretary and the Deputy Secretary, you're right, this has never happened. We are extraordinarily lucky. But I think that the testimony by the town clerks in support of this bill, and I've had subsequent conversations with a number of town clerks around the around the state in the last few weeks. I think that they really appreciate this clarity. It gives clarity to what we thought was assumed and would never happen. And they don't testify on every bill. They don't come out and support everything that's suggested by the legislature, but they did come out on this one. And they're really ground zero. They're the men and women that we know that run these elections, doing a superb job of it. And if they're coming out in support, I take that as a a heavy weight and a heavy thing to make sure that we're supporting them with the language that they need. So I appreciate you letting me come in. I appreciate the analysis. It's always astounding to hear what happens from the OPLA crowd, and I appreciate all that's been done there. So thanks so much.
Thank you. Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On that, I will make a motion ought to pass as amended by adding in the unused, unsealed, absentee, and regular ballots into the category, and also making the suggestions that Janet had for drafting.
Thank you, Chairman Chiazzo. And what would you like to do about the last point around the sentence regarding public officials that Janet spoke of? Take it out or leave it in? And if we leave it in, do we need any further clarifying language?
I
would just say that all members that are listed that can have custody of these ballots are public officials. And so it does sound a little redundant. The legislative aides that were mentioned earlier were not public officials, and so they weren't really supposed to have custody under the law as written. But I don't know if you want to leave it alone or take it out.
I would say take it out unless there's opposition to taking it out.
Okay.
My motion will include taking it out.
So the motion is ought to pass as amended with clarifying suggestions included as per Janet, and also including a way to make sure that the unused ballots are governed by the chain of custody requirements in section 1. Is that the motion?
That is the motion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Representative Chiazzo, seconded by Senator Miramont. Are there any comments, discussion on the motion? Senator Miramont?
I'm trying to lower my hand. I'm working on it.
Okay. Representative Corey.
Thank you.
Can we table this? Like the motion to table?
There's a motion to table. It is not debatable. It's made by Representative Corey. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. It's non-debatable. The motion is to table. I will give the committee clerk an opportunity to get ready to call the roll. Just let me know when you're ready. Motion to table. Please call the roll.
Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Miramont.
Yay.
Senator Miramont, yay. Senator Farren.
Yes.
Senator Farren, yes. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolph.
Yes.
Representative Dolph, yes. 12 having voted in favor of the motion, Mr. Chair, 0 voting against the motion, and 0 members absent.
Thank you, Karen. As a unanimous committee vote, the motion prevails. This bill will be tabled. Representative Corey, do you have an idea about when you might like to take it up again? We don't have to take it up when you say, but I just wanted to know if you wanted to discuss something about the bill offline. When would you like to see this come up again?
No, I mean, personally, I'd like to read a little bit more through, the statute, what already exists and everything else. So just enough time to do that.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. So with that, we will now open the work session on, excuse me while I find the correct screen here. You guys bear with me today. There we go. We'll open the work session on LD 1821, an act to make interfering with an election official a Class C crime, sponsored by Representative Bruce White of Waterville. Janet, please present the bill analysis.
So this bill establishes within Maine's election laws in Title 21A, a new Class C crime that's committed when a person intentionally interferes by force, violence, or intimidation, or by any physical act with any public official who is in fact performing, or the person believes is performing, an official function related to a federal, state, or municipal election. It also appears to provide in Section 1 that such activity is not subject to prosecution under the existing Class D offense of obstructing government administration. So I did want to let you know that I did make a list for you of all the other crimes in Maine's election laws. That wasn't just to be kind of nerdy, it's because you're talking here about the class of crime, and I thought it might be important to you to know what the class of crime was for the other crimes that are in the election laws. So I'm just going to scroll down to that for a second. I'm sorry, scrolling, I know it's hard to watch, but this chart does tell you where in the law there is another crime in the election laws, and it's by class. So we start with all the Class E crimes and move up to D and then C. And so those are increasing level of penalty and imprisonment or fine, and all the way up to some Class B crimes. And I will say one other thing, a lot of people talked at the public hearing about felonies and misdemeanors. We do not use that terminology in Maine anymore. I'm sure Representative Corey could explain this better than I could, because he's been on the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee for a while. But traditionally, felonies are crimes that are prosecuted, that are eligible for imprisonment of a year or more. So in Maine, those are your Class C, B, A offenses, as well as murder. And then traditionally a misdemeanor is something punishable by less than a year in prison, although if it's less than a year, it'd be in jail. And so those would be your D and E offenses. So when people were talking about this would change the crime from a misdemeanor to a felony, what they're talking about is in this next chart, there is currently a crime that's called obstructing government administration that might apply to threatening an election official, and that is a Class D offense, punishable by less than a year of imprisonment. The bill proposes a different crime that would be a Class C offense, so it's punishable by more than a year of imprisonment. So while Maine doesn't refer to it as a felony or a misdemeanor, if you think about federal laws about felons, those would be applicable to this Class C offense. If someone were to be prosecuted and convicted in Maine and then move to another state that has certain collateral consequences for felonies, that's what they're talking about here, those collateral consequences would now apply, because you're elevating this crime to a Class C offense, which in other states would be referred to as a felony. I hope that made sense. So if you want to compare the existing crime that's on the books that could apply in some of these situations with the proposed crime, I was trying to harken back to my criminal law class. You talk about the elements of the offense. So the elements are very similar. It's a person who intentionally interferes, whether you're looking under current law or this proposal, by force, violence, or intimidation, or by any physical act. That's the same thing. The differences here is who are you intentionally interfering with. Under the existing law, it's with a public servant, which I couldn't find a definition of. Under the proposal, it's with any public official. Again, public official not defined, but there is a proposal from the testimony about how to change that. And then what are they doing? What is this public servant doing? Under the existing law, that public servant has to be either performing or purporting to perform an official function. That purporting to perform an official function is a little bit odd, which the Criminal Law Advisory Commission had a little comment on. Under the bill, it would be the public official would be in fact performing an election official function, or the person, and that's the defendant, if you think of them as defendant and victim, the defendant believes that person is performing an election official function. And so what's the difference between Class D and Class C? There are several things throughout the statutes, but I think most pertinent to your consideration today are Class D offenses eligible for less than 1 year of imprisonment, whereas a Class C offense would be up to 5 years of imprisonment. The fine is bumped up from up to $2,000 to up to $5,000. And then something that at least one of the people testifying thought was important was that a Class C offense, so that higher level offense, can include probation and conditions of probation. And the conditions are set forth in this statute, and they there's a possibility of several different types of conditions, whereas if it's a Class D offense, probation isn't an option. There is a different option called administrative release, and it has a different list of possible conditions. And that's going to come up with the issues I pulled out of the testimony in just a second. Also, if you look at the testimony, a lot of people talked about different crimes other than this obstructing government administration, for example, criminal threatening, assault, different things that could be included or possibly charged when somebody's threatening an election worker or actually hits an election worker or something like that on election day. Again, close your eyes for a second, I'm scrolling. So at the bottom of the bill analysis, I did give you those other crimes, the ones that were mentioned by other people, and I tell you where you can find it in the criminal code and what class the offense is, because you may find it helpful to be able to compare. If you want to consider moving this from a D to a C crime, what are similar crimes and is their class of offense? So those are all down here. We can go through those at the end, but I did want you to know what is here so that you can look at it. So as far as issues raised in the testimony, the Secretary of State municipal clerks testified in support of the bill, noting the dramatic increase in documented threats against election officials across the country. More specifically to Maine, the Secretary of State reported 2 documented reports of threats of violence in the past year. And then several municipal clerks reported that there had been a death threat against one of their fellow municipal clerks. And their goal with this legislation was that increasing the class of crime would discourage this type of behavior and demonstrate the legislature's support for election officials. The Maine Prosecutors Association didn't appear, but they did submit testimony saying that they support the bill because when an election official is threatened, typical charges currently include, like we talked about, obstructing government administration, criminal threatening or terrorizing, all of which are Class E crimes. I might have written this slightly wrong, so just look at my chart on the bottom. Those classes are correct, but they did point out that this Class D offense, that's what they all are currently. You can't impose a condition of probation that includes mental health treatment, but you can for a Class C offense. So if there's a worry that maybe the offender is engaging in these threats and might need some treatment to help alleviate the concern in the future, that could be a condition of probation and it wouldn't be a condition of administrative release.
Janet, I have a question, please.
Yeah.
Thank you. At the top of the page on the first issues raised in testimony.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Yep. So I wasn't here for this public hearing and I did read all the testimony, but I could not find the answer. So I wonder if it was discussed in a question or an answer, what happened with the situation of the death threat against the fellow municipal clerk? What happened with that? Was there any discussion of a case being filed or reported to the DA? Did the DA take action? What happened?
That was not discussed that I recall. And it wasn't clear to me from the testimony either if that death threat was one of the 2 documented reports to the Secretary of State or not. So I do not know the answer to that question.
Okay. Please continue. I will get it.
I thought you wanted to ask somebody else.
I will. I'm taking a note on, I hope there's someone who can answer my question in the audience, but for now, I just wanted to check with you. So please continue your analysis. Thank you.
So if you have printed this out, please cross out the 2 E's here. I must have been tired. Those are D's and this D is a C. I'm sorry about that. I'll fix it after this work session. So then the Maine Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers testified against this bill, noting the lack of prosecutions for the Class D offenses of obstructing government administration in the context of elections. And they suggested that the fact that there aren't a lot of prosecutions indicate there's not a need to elevate the penalties to a new level. I think this is like a deterrent effect argument that you don't need to deter more because there aren't a lot of people who aren't being deterred right now. That's how I interpret that testimony. The ACLU of Maine testified that there's no evidence that enhancing this offense from a Class D to a Class C will enhance deterrence. And they testified that there may be better ways to enhance election worker safety. One of the members of the Maine Town and City Clerks Association had reached out to ACLU of Maine and asked me to forward their email sharing of correspondence. And so that was sent to you earlier that talks about this point. The Criminal Law Advisory Commission submitted written testimony. They started off by observing that treating intentional interference by force, violence, intimidation, or other physical act that specifically targets election officials as a Class C crime, although not consistent with the Class D classification of the current obstructing statute, does appear to be proportional to the treatment of other crimes in the election laws that go to the heart of the elections process. So that was their first observation. And then they also identified what they considered to be two drafting issues. One is bolded because Word is very difficult to format. It's not because it was more important. So they said to consider replacing the phrase any public official in the crime that's created in the bill with the term election official. I did run this suggestion by the Secretary of State's office, and you'll see here the election official means a warden, ward clerk, deputy warden, or election clerk. And so as a technical issue down here, after speaking to the Secretary of State's office, they suggested if you liked that idea to be very clear about who these officials are, that you could use election official, but you needed to add in potentially municipal clerk and registrar of voters because they're not in that list and they might be similarly subject to the same kinds of threats. So that's something to consider if you like the idea of being more specific about who these officials are. And they also pointed out the difference that we talked about a little bit earlier in the elements of the offenses. So the current offense applies when the person you're threatening is a public servant performing or purporting to perform an election function, which is different than the way that the bill describes the public official who is in fact performing, or the person who's doing the threatening believes that they're performing the function. So that wasn't written as a this is better. They said that inconsistency may be intentional, but I personally find it easier to understand what that means. I'm not a prosecutor or defense attorney though, so that may not be very helpful information from me. Their information is of course helpful. I would say that for me personally, when I look at the bill, it's not entirely clear to me what section 1 of the bill is doing. Remember, I mentioned that section 1 of the bill, that is the offense of obstructing government administration. And it specifically adds to that offense that section doesn't apply to intentional interference with a person under this new election statute. That could be a suggestion that we don't want you to prosecute under this Class D offense, what you would traditionally consider as a misdemeanor. We would rather you prosecute under the new Class C felony level offense. And I only point that out because I know that a lot of times there are plea deals and people might ask somebody to plead to a lower offense. And I don't know how that interacts with that. And so I'm just not exactly sure why that's in there. There are some other things that the obstructing government administration statute says right now, you can see them right on the bill, that it doesn't apply to escape from official custody or refusing to submit to arrest. So maybe it is important to take those out. I just wasn't sure what the point was of that provision and wanted to raise that to you. And then again, this is where the Secretary of State said if you liked the idea from, not the Secretary of State, I spoke to the Deputy Secretary of State, said if you like the idea of replacing public official with election official, if you really want to cover everybody, you should probably include the municipal clerk or registrar. And then the last thing is that if there's ever legislation that proposes a new crime or enhanced criminal penalty, this sort of does both, then there is a requirement under the joint rules of the legislature to have that proposal. If a majority of the Committee of Jurisdiction votes in favor of it, you need to bring that to the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee so they can review it and evaluate it for its impact on the criminal justice system. So if this bill does move forward with a favorable vote out of this committee, that's something we will be doing, is then bringing it to that committee. If it's only a minority of this committee or everybody votes out not to pass, then it's not an issue.
Thank you, Janet, as always, for a thorough analysis. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Mirmont.
Thank you. That was good to hear that last part. I guess I missed it reading well, maybe it wasn't in anything I read actually, but that it needs to be reviewed. We've been working on this idea that, not just the idea, the proof that having long sentences, mandatory minimums, or upgrading to a more serious crime as a feel-good reaction to some piece that seems to be overlooked is good, and it hasn't always proven to be the case. So hearing the criminal justice review would be great. But I don't feel like this taking it from a class D to a class C is really a good idea. I think that covering everyone that needs to be covered, so that if there's a problem, then the police are called and there is a statute in place so that they can be dealt with. Not subject to a discussion about, well, is this person even covered? Although I think that if they're causing a disturbance, there's certainly something to cover that with and remove them from the situation. But further down the line, whether it would be prosecuted by a DA is a question. Also, the level of seriousness can prevent people from wanting to prosecute if it doesn't seem like it's rising to that level. And that doesn't matter if it's a DA or the Attorney General's office. You might remember that in the press lately, there's been quite a lot of info about the Attorney General's office having for 30 years authority over police shootings, and yet no police officers ever been found culpable of a shooting. They've all been exonerated. So I don't trust that their office is going to be any better than a DA if you're talking about subjectivity. So I really don't like elevating it to a class C, but I do want to make sure everyone is covered who would be involved. And that's where I'd like to take it from here.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any questions or other comments about what you just heard? Representative Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I tend to agree with Senator Mirmont on this. You know, having sat on the Criminal Justice Committee for those years, I've watched us move in the other direction, you know, with regard to the classification of crimes. You know, I can say in that committee, and I've talked to a few people since then, and I tried to think of instances where we actually elevated, you know, the class of crimes. Some of those early on, for people who have been here for a while, a lot of our laws surrounding human trafficking weren't adequate, you know, in any way. So those are some of the areas where we actually reclassed up. The only other instance I can think about where we reclassed up is when we had a bill in front of us where somebody had stolen somebody's ashes, and the crime for knocking over a gravestone was higher than the crime for actually stealing a body. So we actually changed that when we classed up to at least what it was for knocking over a gravestone. I mean, that's the kind of stuff we had to deal with over there. I have to agree that antisocial people don't pick up the law book and review a law's statutes penalty section before committing crimes. You know, they generally, you know, nobody is making the decision, I'm not going to do this because it's a class C, but I would do it if it was a class D. And that speaks to something, you know, a little bit later in sort of what I plan on saying. But secondly, you know, I feel like there needs to be evidence that the current class of crime isn't working. And I think that a couple of the organizations that spoke against this pointed that out. You know, no one could point to situations where the current crime is even being charged. That's something in criminal justice we definitely would have considered. As Janet mentioned, for a number of these crimes, we already have class C penalties. You know, you assault somebody, you do all of this other stuff, you're already looking at a Class C. What's, really interesting, and I'd spoken to a former prosecutor about this bill yesterday, and, I was, interested in whether or not, we generally, stack, crimes in the state of Maine, meaning that, people not serving, sentences concurrently. Basically what she had said was that if somebody's tried with an incident, usually it's the highest crime within that incident is what your penalty is. So if you get hit with an assault, you're getting charged with an assault, which is a current class C. So what's really interesting is, within that criminal code, if, you go and you look at that, and I'd written down the section yesterday, I think it was subsection 1602, which talks about sentencing guidelines within 17A for class A, B, and C crimes that, and I know that we've talked a little bit about the public interest here, and I know the Secretary of State talked about that. Judges, even in the criminal code, they look at that. So, when they're sentencing, they're looking at the criminal code and they're saying, okay, did this person, harm somebody irreparably? Did this person that committed this crime, did they do something against the public interest? So that's actually considered in sentencing in Maine law currently. One thing, and this was brought up a little bit during testimony, but no one has been able to show where prosecutors and law enforcement hasn't taken past situations seriously. I can say that some of this, and it probably comes down to something we call the mens rea in criminal law, meaning what somebody's culpable mental state was when they committed a crime. You'll see the word intentionally is used here. And what's really interesting to me is, when I talk to somebody about some of these incidents, is there definitely people, I don't know if they're necessarily intentionally trying to disrupt an election so mad as they're upset, about something. So I even think intentionally is kind of a weird bar for this kind of thing. And this could be why prosecutors have looked at these cases and said, can I actually prove that this person has intentionally, done this? And that could be sort of a little bit of the barrier with the class twos, but somebody could correct me on that. I'm not a prosecutor, but, looking at that mens rea is interesting. But more than anything, I do believe that reclassifying, crimes will give potential victims a false sense of security. And I think that mens rea really comes in here, is that if somebody does something bad in a polling location, right? Like, and then they don't get prosecuted. Well, they may not getting prosecuted under the statute because, they haven't intentionally done something bad. They just, what I mean? Like had a bad, reaction to something or whatever, and if it didn't involve any of those other things, like, assaulting somebody or criminal threatening, where we don't have other laws in place to do it, if it could create sort of this false sense of security that something is going to be done if somebody does something and it never actually sort of happens. So I think that's why I'm struggling with this. I think that, unfortunately, and I think that we've seen all of this in the news in recent years, the last couple of years, is that violent crime in the United States is on, the rise. I mean, you look at what's happening on airplanes even, right? Like you've got, passengers punching each other over stupid things like masks, do you know what I mean? And other things, or even telling somebody they need to put their mask up, and that causes physical violence, on an airplane. So, I think a lot of this comes down to mental states, and that's where I think, law enforcement probably has the option to do a good job. I think I discussed a little bit the Maine prosecutor's testimony, where they had talked about, needing this in order to get somebody mental health treatment. But, the reality within Maine law is, if you have somebody that's a threat to themselves and other in a polling location, the first thing that hopefully a police officer does is take them into protective custody. We have protective custody statutes in the state of Maine, and that actually means getting somebody mental health, treatment and evaluation, based on, what's happening. And that's even without necessarily a crime being committed. So I think for those reasons, I would love to look at, training, for more election workers and stuff like that. I'd love to look at that stuff, but reclassing a crime, I don't think it makes a ton of sense, at least for me, but thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Chairman Council, if you don't mind, I just would like to ask the bill sponsor a question that I have. Thank you. Representative White, please introduce yourself.
Yes, thank you. Representative Bruce White from Waterville, District 109.
Thank you. Can you answer the question that the analyst Janet has about the purpose of Section 1 in your bill? And she mentioned that she wasn't exactly sure why we were putting language in that part of the bill under this particular part of Title 21A when we were putting all the rest in Title 21A. I had the same question. And so I don't know if you have an answer for that, but I figured since you're the sponsor, what was your intent there?
Well, thank you. And I was having some internet trouble, when she was going over that. But I actually think that Secretary Bellows would be better suited to, she helped and her office helped with this. And we did, have good discussion with the AG's office and the DA as well. So why don't I let Secretary Bellows chime in on that if she doesn't mind.
Well, I'm going to ask her a question anyway. So thank you, Representative. Secretary Bellows, welcome back. So I have two questions, and that would be the intent of Section 1. And also, I wanted to know if you knew if any action was taken on the threats that your office reported against election workers.
So yes, so first and foremost, the threat that the clerks testified about, the death threat, was one of the two incidents that are in my testimony. And the clerk who was impacted has been texting me during these proceedings. That clerk is watching. And the clerk did confirm that the person was charged with terrorizing and pled guilty. That clerk is willing to speak on a confidential basis to committee members offline. For that clerk's safety, they are not comfortable in any way, shape, or form having their story be told publicly. But the clerk, or having them be identified publicly. The clerk added, the person who threatened me and pled guilty to terrorizing gets off with a slap on the hand. I have to live with this threat for the rest of my life. I can confirm that this clerk is an experienced clerk and that this was really disruptive and really terrifying. The other incident, I haven't had a chance to talk to the Clerks Association, and I'm cautious about doing so because similarly, the other clerk is not interested in being made public. And I'm not sure if that other clerk reported the incident to any of the fellow clerks. Law enforcement did respond in an appropriate way. It did not, I'll just say that. Law enforcement did respond in an appropriate way in that moment. One of the concerns that we have is, are there incidents that are never getting reported in the same way that the one clerk didn't apparently tell other clerks? Are there clerks who never report this? And I think placing this in 21A to indicate that it's not just a crime against a person, but a crime against the election itself potentially is an important piece of it. Although it's important to note that sometimes these threats take place at the workplace, but oftentimes they take place at home. So I know of one fellow secretaries, well, multiple fellow secretaries of state who over the past year have received very terrifying threats that have taken place at their home. And of course, online is oftentimes sometimes a venue where the threat is speech, but that sometimes it's very specific.
And if I may, Secretary Bellows, and thank you for providing the information from the victim of this threat. Was this situation investigated by the Office of the Attorney General or not?
No, this is, so in 17A, usually these are investigated by whoever the law enforcement is with the jurisdiction in that particular community, and then potentially prosecuted by the district attorney for that particular county. So the Office of the Attorney General was certainly aware of what was happening because we were all shared the same level of concern.
So if we were to create a new crime in Title 21A of any level, A, B, C, D, or E, then it would be the jurisdiction of the Attorney General to investigate. And would a DA still have the option of investigating as well?
Presumably, and I think this is where my not being an attorney is not useful, but presumably yes, because it's not that that person, particularly if there's an assault or criminal threatening, you know, it's not that there might not be other co-occurring offenses, but I think the answer is yes, but I would defer to Janet or Clack.
It looks like Janet is nodding her head. Janet, on my
Yes,
question.
if you look at the, I'm just going to share my screen for a second.
Please,
Easier.
thank you.
Where did it go? Oh dear. 1 second.
I do it all the time. I think I have my screens ready and then they're gone.
If you have two screens, they like disappear. Okay, so I think I forgot to mention this part of the bill analysis, but under Title 21A, there is a provision that says the Attorney General investigates and prosecutes alleged violations of the election laws. If we actually look at that, and I try and make it big enough for you to read it, it says this section does not preclude the district attorney from investigating and prosecuting election law violations.
Thank you. So one last question before I move back to the committee question, Secretary Bellows, if we were to move forward with a version of this bill that would move or create the crime that's outlined in the bill as a Class D crime in Title 21A, would that be something you would oppose? It's not strong enough? What are your thoughts on that? I'll just ask it that way. What are your thoughts on that?
So I think it would be important to hear from the clerks if that were possible. I will say that I think that having something covered by Title 21A is really important. We certainly would not oppose that. We think that would be a step forward in protection for election workers. But when we were looking, I think in Janet's analysis, she listed the election crimes that are Class E, Class D, and Class C in the election law. And so when we were thinking about that, and when the clerks were in conversations with the prosecutors, the issue of probation around Class C did come up. And when we were looking at the equivalency of some of the D and C crimes in Title 21A, that was part of the motivation to go to Class C. But that said, we are respectful of the committee. If there's something that we can find that is consensus, I think that is important. But I also think it's important to hear from the clerks. I understand that Lisa Goodwin of Bangor is available, or I believe Kathy Montejo of Lewiston is also available. And I will say, I haven't received any threats. I haven't lived with this, but at least two clerks have. And so I think giving them a little bit of voice would be helpful.
And did you say that Lisa Goodwin is here? Oh yeah, I do see her in the lobby, as it were, the gallery, I think I call it. And I don't see the other person you mentioned. Who was that?
Kathy Montejo, Montejo.
Yeah, I don't see her there. Thank you for that. I may return there, but I'm going to go to the committee. Chairman Chiazzo.
Thanks, Chairman. So I very much appreciate the added insight of Representative Corey and others who have served on other committees. I think it's important for us to remember our purview is elections and election officials, of which the clerks are part of. A lot of the nuances of criminal prosecution. I think the fact that Joint Rule 319 provides that this bill would go in front of criminal justice, who has the authority and the background and the history to be able to determine whether that's appropriate or not, is important. And I think it's a great check and balance. But I think in terms of this committee and our purview, certainly the criminal law advisory committees testifying that this would be, I believe the comment in Janet's analysis is, it does appear to be proportional to the treatment of other crimes in 21A MRS. That coupled with the fact that I have heard from my own clerk, we heard overwhelmingly from clerks that unfortunately it is the volume of threats is increasing, and I would hate to have us be reactionary and have to have something potentially fatal, hopefully not, happen first to drive us to action. I'd rather be a little more proactive. So I would like to make a motion ought to pass as amended, and including, and that amendment would be adding the definition of an election official to include municipal clerk or registrar.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor, ought to pass as amended, with the clarifying definition of changing public official to election official and listing who the election officials are. It's been moved by Representative Chiazzo, seconded by Representative Riley. Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah.
Okay, great. We will continue discussion. Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, a very important topic and important discussion. I don't want to repeat what anybody said, but I do want to say that, well, first of all, Patty Du Bois is in the attendees, and she's a clerk who has testified on this bill. I don't see the other name. But I would like to say that whatever we do, I want to make sure that we're doing what not only helps clerks and election officials feel safe, but be safe. I hear the arguments about this isn't a deterrent. I'm certainly not a proponent of adding more crimes, but sometimes that's what we need to do. I really appreciate the idea that getting it under the criminal code is important if we decide to do it a little differently. And I have to repeat what I said before, that we have to be very careful we're not assuming mental health is what's going on here. Certainly that's a possibility, but to assume that someone being outrageous in their behavior, whether it's on a plane or in an election place, we don't need to stigmatize mental health any further than we have. So I want to be very careful that we don't do that. So that's what I want to say. I mean, I appreciate that there might be other ways to get at the goal. I do think having the AG involved gives us more consistency. So I'll stop there. I just want to make sure that we're not, there is a problem. We're not being overly sensitive to what's going on in the world, in the country. Threats are increasing, behavior is increasingly problematic. So I think we need to be careful and, again, not stigmatize, but act judiciously. I don't mean to say legally, I mean to be mindful of what's going on. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Mearmont, followed by Representative Corey and Representative Doloff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, a couple things, and I just want to reinforce that I want everyone covered fully. There's no disagreement with that part of the bill. My clerk has contacted me, a couple in my district, and they're people I respect greatly and have worked with. So I want to make sure that's clear. I want, just as Representative McCray was saying, it's not just that we appear to be effective, but we are effective, not that just doing it. As I understand it, that has to be a unanimous report for it to go before the Criminal Justice Committee for review. Representative Corey can clear that up, or somebody else if they have that information after me, just to do that. And I would expect that folks would think what an issue could come up other than just disturbing the line or, causing a little stir would be some kind of threatening or terrorizing. And I think they would find that our existing statute 210 of terrorizing, that what we're talking about today would fit that bill. A person is guilty of terrorizing if that person in fact communicates to any person a threat to commit or to cause to be committed a crime of violence dangerous to human life against the person to whom the communication is made or another, and the natural and probable consequences of such a threat, whether or not such consequence in fact occurs, and is to place the person to whom the threat is communicated or the person threatened in reasonable fear that the crime will be committed. Violation of this paragraph is a Class D crime. So our committee has obviously looked at this. They've been looking at a lot of issues, and they're trying to make these statutes effective. So if you think that's the worst part of what could come in threatening a poll worker, election official, anything else, me when I'm standing out there saying hello to everybody but not identifying why I'm there, then you would think that this is already covered by this, and we will make sure that it is covered, but still it's a Class D. So again, Representative Corey is after me and may be able to follow up on those thoughts, but let's make sure everybody is protected. Thank you.
Representative Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I just want to say that nobody is stigmatizing mental health here. It was the Maine Prosecutors Association that put in their testimony that this was how they could get people mental health treatment, you know, if that was a part of what the crime was. So nobody's stigmatizing that. I heard that several times, and I'm actually kind of taking offense to that right now. And like I said, you know, sometimes when people are threatening others and a danger to themselves, we do have, you know, the law or ability to help people in those situations. So that's the way it works. That's the way police works. That's the way our protective custody laws work. With regard to the Criminal Justice Committee on this, the Criminal Justice Committee doesn't have a final say in whether or not, you know, this goes out to the legislature because there's a criminal, you know, penalty in it. What they say is whether or not they feel like that this is going to have an impact on the criminal justice system, you know, basically. That's sort of all they have in it. That's what that review is. They read the law, they discuss whether or not it's going to have an impact. They say yes or no. And, you know, I guess the legislature takes that under advisement when they vote. You know, as I said, I think that there's better ways to, you know, protect clerks outside of giving them a false sense of security, which is what we're actually doing here. And these are issues that we discussed in criminal justice all the time. I'll give you good examples. We've had people assault doctors and nurses, you know, in hospitals. And I'm pretty sure that, you know, the organization that the Secretary of State used to be the, you know, lobbyist for probably came in front of the committee and said, this isn't actually going to prevent this kind of thing from happening. You know, and I'll tell you, I sat through a presentation by Maine Health, and, you know, those types of things are on the increase and everything else, but that doesn't mean that, you know, I feel that, you know, we need to, you know, create a special crime now for, you know, people that are doing a specific job. You know, we try not to do that, you know, or tried really hard not to do that kind of thing in the Criminal Justice Committee all the time. So that's just kind of my last piece is, you know, I'd love to be at a place where, you know, this committee, you know, could vote out something unified, something where we, you know, actually, you know, provide more instruction for people in how to, you know, deal with people de-escalating and sort of everything else in these situations. I'd love to see where, you know, we have education or a hotline where, you know, at, you know, the Secretary of State's office, you know, people can be advised on the law, or even with the AG, you know, if these types of things were to arise. But, you know, the idea of reclassing a crime, and this is about the last time I'm going to say on this, just doesn't work. So, you know, we can go out there divided, or we can go out there unified. Thanks.
Representative Doloff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would hate to see anything happen to any clerks or anybody working in the polls. I mean, I have friends that do this, but I do not feel reclassifying this crime is really going to stop anybody from harassment, from threatening. Because as it was mentioned previous, we already have laws to protect people for those kind of crimes. If anything, maybe we need more local control over it by having a police officer during elections. But that's up to the individual towns. And our courts are so packed now. I read the court news and I see some of these horrific things and that people are doing and the drugs they're getting charged for. And they're basically getting dismissed with a thing with this. So I do not feel by reclassification, it's gonna prevent anything because people that do this stuff, they don't care. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Wood. And then I will call on the bill sponsor. And then I do have a question for a municipal clerk who I have promoted into the room. So I don't want to mispronounce your last name. I just cannot remember exactly how you pronounce it. And so I'm just going to say Patty. I'll get to you shortly. Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say that I am going to support this bill as amended, as Representative Chiazzo said. I initially, during the public hearing, when the ACLU spoke against it, I considered that. I've had more conversations. I've come to a better understanding. But the thing for me is the election process is such an important part of our democracy. I don't do those jobs, and I guess I'm sorry to say I've never done any of those jobs, but the people that are doing those jobs now are the ones that are asking for it. And I feel like I need to listen to them. They feel that this will help them feel more safe and secure. I think that, as far as I'm concerned, that's enough for me.
Representative White, the bill sponsor, would like to say something, which I will allow. Thank you, Representative Wood.
Thank you very much, Senator Hickman. Just quickly, regarding the overall increase in the penalty, I would just have to say that, when I drive on the highway and I see, for instance, a construction zone, and I know that there's a reason that they've increased the the fines for driving through it's double a fine. And I think I am a lot more aware of that. And so I think there are instances where it does make a difference when if a person knows that the penalty is stiffer, that they're going to take a second, they're going to think twice about it. So just kind of in our, workers deserve to be comfortable as they're volunteering, and those that are working at the polls deserve to feel comfortable, at these places. So I think it's an important step in the right direction. And unfortunately, what's going on in many places, it's almost out of control. And we need to let people know that this is serious. So thank you.
Thank you. And Miss Patty, I did read your testimony, and I know that you're in support of this bill. I just wanted to ask you if you had any thoughts on, as we try to address the concerns around reclassifying this higher than it is, do you have any thoughts about keeping it as a Class D crime, but making sure that it's covered in Title 21A to ensure that it is under the jurisdiction of the Office of the Attorney General? Do you have any thoughts on that, if that were a compromise? Not that that will be a compromise. We have a motion on the floor, but I just wanted to hear your thoughts.
Well, on behalf of the Clerks Association, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this very important bill. what we're hoping to do is to provide for stiffer bail conditions and longer incarcerations for these types of threats, and make the penalties commensurate with the crime. So as Secretary Bellows mentioned previously, that the clerk that had the death threat mentioned that, you know, the person basically is free and out on the streets with a low crime that they pled guilty to, but the clerk has to live with this forever. So it generally, these threats aren't happening necessarily at the polling locations on election day, although some do. A lot of these types of crimes now are happening either before or after election day, perhaps through social media, through voicemail, through email. They're anonymous on the other end, but that doesn't make the threat any less real to the person receiving the threat. So it's important to try to make it a higher crime, so that in this case, the person maybe would have more of a record. I'm not an attorney, I'm not an expert in criminal law, but to make it a higher crime so that it could serve as a deterrent to others who a lot of times some folks are in groups now that want to threaten election officials based on actions that are being taken around procedures or things that they feel are improper. But if they hear that one of their friends or like-minded people received a higher crime penalty, they may be deterred from making those types of threats. So, you know, this is happening around the country. We've been doing some research on it. Other bills are being sponsored in other parts of the states. And as a matter of fact, Vermont has a similar bill that's being proposed because their Secretary of State received a credible death threat through voicemail. So this is happening. It's happening here even in our little state of Maine. So again, we're trying to be proactive and offer whatever level of additional protection that we can to try to deter these crimes and to keep the clerk safe.
Thank you for that. And can you please pronounce your last name for me so I can put it in my audio memory?
Either way is fine. It's Du Bois.
Du Bois, thank you. I thought it was, but I just wanted to make sure. I've been very sensitive about pronouncing people's names lately. Thank you, for providing that information for me. Since I was not here for the public hearing, I just felt like I needed to hear that as well. Representative Sapika.
Thank you. So this is a bill that I don't think any of us are taking lightly, and I surely didn't either. And when the ACLU testified, it did give me pause. One of the things that have stuck out with me is that there is precedent where we have increased penalties and increased crime classifications. And I think about domestic violence situations. And I think about the seriousness of our elections and the recent rise in threats to our election officials and to just the idea of how voting, is becoming this divisive thing where people are actively, well, I should be careful here because it's always been a right that people have had to fight for. And I want to make sure that the people who are running our elections are as safe as they possibly can be. I do want to hear the other ways that we can protect them, because I've heard several people say that this afternoon, I want to do actual protection. So it's like, I want to hear what are those actual protections that we can do. But I'm going back to the clerk who did receive that threat in my mind, and how, she's saying she's scared to speak publicly, and it was a slap on the wrist, and it's something that she has to live with. And do I think that was a fitting response to somebody threatening an election worker? I don't know if it was. I don't think it was. So I would like to see two things. I would like to see this bill move forward. If there is a compromise that can happen, I would be happy with that. And for folks who are bringing up other ways that we can protect election workers, I'd like to see that in a bill, or I'd like to hear what we can do there, especially when it comes to guns in the state. Are people allowed to bring weapons and guns into polling places? I don't know. That's part of a larger discussion, but that's just where my mind is at right now.
Thank you, Representative Speaker. Just for everyone to know, there is a motion on the floor, ought to pass as amended. I have a question for Janet. Does anyone else have a comment or a question before I ask? Okay. Janet, in Title 21A, the parts of the law that are being amended, Section 674, does your analysis, well, I don't think your analysis includes it, but did anyone ask about what has been repealed from paragraph 1 and section 1, section 2, subsection 1, subsection 2? Because I see that there are, as we talk about elections and threats and intimidation, I don't see anything in here about voter intimidation. And I don't know if that was here before or is gone. Subsection 2 removes B, C, and D. I don't know what was there. I didn't actually do that homework before today. Do you have any idea? I know we can find out, but I just didn't know if you had anything on hand today.
I'm looking at the statute now. One second.
Thank you. And while she's looking, I mean, I raised this question because, you know, I think of not just threats of violence against election workers, which is heinous, but I also wonder why we don't protect against the voter as well in this statute. I mean, there is something that says interferes with the voter attempting to cast a vote, interferes with the voter in marking that voter's ballot, but that doesn't really sound like it would cover intimidation, threats of violence to the voter. And so the more we talk about strengthening this part of law so that our democracy is intact and we don't have election workers being threatened with violence, what about the voter? That's a question for the committee. And so what I'm inclined to want to pause before voting to get answers to these questions and to also have a discussion in caucus, which we can do today. If we really want to vote this out, that's fine. I do want to have a caucus, though, to discuss something else that I don't want to just say right this second, because I want to get people's ideas about it in caucus. So, Janet.
So if you're talking about section 674, which the bill amends, there are several paragraphs that have been repealed over time. And unfortunately, because they're paragraphs and not subsections, there's no like heading sticking around that's giving me a clue to what they were about. So I'd have to look up the bills, and it's been several different ones over time. So I could do that, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes if I search through the library stuff.
Okay. So with that in mind, I would ask for deference of the committee that we take a small recess. I know we have another bill to do today. It's Friday, it's 4 o'clock. The Secretary of State is still here. We will certainly go over the analysis of the next bill. We don't necessarily have to vote on that. But I want to make sure we at least have the initial analysis. So without trying to control the outcome of the time that we finish our work, I am shooting for 5 o'clock, just so everyone knows. But I would like to take a 15-minute break. And Chairman Chiazzo, if you could, does the same link work for caucus that we had earlier? Or do you need to?
I'm not sure. I can resend it.
Okay.
It should, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, if you just resend us a link to caucus, that would be great. And I'm going to say then, therefore, let's come back at 4:30, just so that it's a nice even half hour. And I assure that we will get our finished today around 5 o'clock if we can. Secretary Bellows.
Deputy Secretary Flynn knows which crimes were repealed if you want the answer before you caucus.
Oh, I would love the answers before we caucus. Thank you. Thank you.
I think she's in the waiting room.
Yes, she is. I will promote her to panelist right now. Thank you for that, Secretary Bellows. Deputy Flynn. Welcome back. Thank you very much for rejoining us to answer my question.
I think I just want to make sure I'm answering the correct one. I think it was, you were looking at like subsection 1, paragraph B. There
Subsection-
were some crimes that were combined together, like voting or attempting to vote. Knowing that you have no authority to do so. And based on the CLAC analysis, they wanted them separated into different crimes. So now there's a crime that says, interferes with or votes knowing the person is not eligible to do so. And there's a separate crime for attempts to vote knowing the person is not eligible to do so, when they were previously combined into one crime.
Okay, so you're saying that when D and E, well, D was repealed in 2011, E and F of subsection 1 were repealed in 1993. And then on subsection 2, B was repealed in 2003. So that's different from the other two. And C and D were repealed in 1993, which may correspond to E and F of subsection 1. So I think I appreciate that answer. I am going to continue, though, to ask Janet to look up all of the rest, because I just want clarity around what used to be there. Not to say that it shouldn't come back, but there we have it. So thank you, Deputy Flynn. And if you have more information while we're away, that's great. We will return at 4:30. Thank you. We are in recess. We are back. Sorry for being late. Sometimes that happens with our discussions. And so I will wait for folks to turn on their cameras so that they can let me know that they're here. And, I just want to say that this is an extremely important issue to protect the institution of our democracy. I take what the clerks have brought to us very seriously. I take the threats to the clerks very seriously. I take the threats to anyone, whether they're in public office or not, seriously. I do think that I'm going to ask Janet, not today necessarily, but to make sure that we can see what has been repealed from the law for future reference, because I think it's just important for me to see that. And I basically need more time before I vote on this, because there's a lot to consider. I wasn't sure what I was going to do when we started today, and I'm still not sure what I want to do. The motion is ought to pass as amended, and I'm just not ready to vote for it. And so with that, if anyone else has anything to say, I'm going to call on Janet though before we move on. Janet?
Okay, I just tried to scan something and see if it came into my computer because it's a lot easier to show you my scribbles. Basically, this is a lesson in Secretary Flynn knows everything.
Thank you.
So I tried to mark up the statute, which is probably not actually that helpful, sorry. So this is the statute right now. A lot of things were just moved around.
Okay.
And some of the crimes were enhanced. I didn't see anything about voters being intimidated.
Okay.
So this paragraph D used to say that you showed your marked ballot to another person to reveal your vote. That was repealed in 2011. That used to be in paragraph F and it had been moved up to D in 1993. So that's what happened there. This paragraph E was assisting a voter without the request of a warden or clerk, which I know is moved and in here. I just found it.
It's C.
Thank you. It was moved. Sorry. See, it's over on the other side of the page. Okay. And B, this is what Deputy Secretary Flynn was talking about. These were all B and now they're all broken out.
Got it.
If you look down here, this assisting somebody knowing that they're not eligible to vote, that used to be an E and that was upgraded because all of this statute was repealed and replaced in 1993 and everything got moved around. In B, it used to be tampering with ballots or voting lists or unsealing the sealed containers we talked about a lot earlier. That's been moved to a class B crime, so it's still here, but it's in subsection 4. All
So it
these
was
were
elevated.
in 1993.
It was elevated from D to B, you're saying, the tampering with ballots.
Correct. And
Got
then
it.
there were these two provisions which talked about voting, knowing you were ineligible to vote, or voting a second time in the same election, or voting using another person's name. All of these were Ds, and they're all now class Cs. If you keep reading through the statute, they were all moved to different provisions. So that's why they're not here anymore.
Okay.
So what's weird is when, it's not that it's weird, it's just an odd way that things are displayed. When things are repealed and replaced, like if they didn't have another E or F, they show it as a repeal, even though everything was just moved around at that time.
Ah, okay.
So it's kind of weird the way it displays, but it's because everything was either broken out or moved around. The only thing that really they got rid of was showing your marked ballot to another. And I think that was all about freedom of speech, but I wasn't here at that time.
Got it. Thank you, Janet, for that. Senator Miramont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move to table this. I appreciate this discussion. I can see where we're going. I want to support the clerks, as I've said, to make sure that everyone's covered.
Senator Miramont, you can't actually debate a tabling motion. It's just a motion and then silence is required. I'm sorry.
That's right. Geez, thank you. Well, that's my
Representative
first
Corey.
day here.
Representative Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wouldn't mind trying to amend this motion. I mean, I'd like to strike the whole bill, and I can talk about what I would at least like to do with the bill. I do have questions, sort of maybe for Julie Flynn, regarding when those election laws increased back in 93. I know that the ballot tampering that I had mentioned earlier, that all occurred in 1992, and I'm wondering if some of that had to do with the ballot tampering that happened by legislative aides in 1990. I don't know if it was 1991 or 1992. I know that people actually were convicted in 92, but it'd be interesting to go to the law library and actually find out what the impetus of those reclassifications were and what people were thinking, then. In terms of the amendment that I'd like to offer, and I don't know where people are with this. Let me pull this up, because going through the several windows on my computer, I've lost where I am. Please tell me you're in Microsoft Word. So I'd like to put more training for sort of election wardens in place. So basically, wardens would receive yearly trainings from the Secretary of State's office regarding their duties. And there's in section 662, subsection 2, you would sort of find information about that. But these trainings would include applicable logs and potential criminal code violations, de-escalation techniques for people who create disturbances, and when it is appropriate to contact a peace officer to remove or confine a person creating a disturbance. I'd go further to say that within law, we would have the Secretary of State establishing an education program for the public regarding election officials. So part of the education campaign, the Secretary of State would engage in a campaign to inform the public about election administration and the role of election officials in Maine. Such a campaign would include information about the roles of Secretary of State's office, municipal clerks, election wardens play in conducting elections, the nonpartisan nature of election officials other than the Secretary of State, and then the laws that govern elections and election safety, including applicable crimes for harassment or obstruction of government administration. And then the Secretary of State would then maintain a publicly accessible website supporting the education campaign that we had in subsection 1 of this amendment. So that's really kind of where I'm at. I feel like this dark shadow in here looking at my little image on the box, but thanks. And I think that's something that could bring us all together.
Senator Farron.
Yeah, I'd like to second Senator Miramont's motion to table.
Senator Farron, would you make a motion to table?
I'll make a motion to table.
It's been moved. It's not debatable. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved to the table by Senator Farron. It's been seconded by Representative Corey. Karen, whenever you are ready, please call the roll.
Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Mirmont.
Yay.
Senator Mirmont, yay. Senator Farron.
Yay.
Senator Farron, yay. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCrate.
Yes.
Representative McCrate, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington. Representative Harrington, absent. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolph.
Yeah.
Representative Dolph, yes. 11 in favor of the motion, 0 opposed to the motion, and 1 member absent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. With 11 members voting in favor unanimously, the tabling motion prevails. We will close the work session for today on LD 1821. We won't make 5 because we are going to open the work session on LD 1830, an act to amend the election law sponsored by former Senator Louis Lucchini of Hancock, who we miss terribly. Janet, please present this analysis for the department bill.
Sorry, I had to get there. I'm a lot of historical laws on my computer.
That's fine.
All right. 1830. Okay, so this bill from the Secretary of State made several changes to the election laws. So the first is a change to the requirements about proof of identity when you register to vote. This is not about proof of residency. I just want to clarify because those are different inquiries. This is just about proof of identity. There's a list in statute of different types of documentation that you can submit to prove your identity when you first register to vote in Maine, including government issued IDs, certain non-photo IDs like a birth certificate, official documents like utility bills, bank statements, paychecks. Added last session, a photo ID issued to a student at a Maine approved public or private school or higher education institution, or providing your driver's license or non-driver ID card number or the last 4 digits of your social security number. So those are all different ways you can prove your identity when first registering to vote in the state. This bill would add that an identification card issued by a federally recognized Indian tribe would also be an acceptable form of government ID for the proof of identification. The next part of the bill talks about the deadlines for a party to nominate their candidate for a legislative vacancy. So there are 2 statutes, one about state senators and one about state representatives when there is a vacancy. And the one in current law that talks about the vacancy in the office of state representative indicates that when the governor is ordering the special election, the governor must set a deadline for the parties to nominate their candidates to fill that vacancy that would be not less than 15 days following the declaration of the vacancy. The statute about state senate vacancies doesn't have that 15-day timeline in it. So what sections 2 and 3 of the bill do is they match the language in these 2 sections and impose that you get at least, I'm sorry, I'll blow that up a little bigger. You get at least 15 days if you're a party to nominate your candidate to fill that vacancy at the special election. The next part of the bill discusses absentee voting by residents in licensed facilities. So current law requires municipal clerks to designate a time in the 30-day period prior to an election when they'll be present at certain licensed residential facilities to conduct in-person absentee voting. So section 4 of the bill revises the current language of that provision. And I copied it in a table below, and you'll see the language of the existing law is now in the lead-in section and a paragraph A. And I checked and I didn't see any difference that's created there. So that's the first thing it does. It also does have a new change, and that's in paragraph B, and it would allow the Secretary of State to designate alternate procedures for absentee voting in these facilities if there's a declared health emergency, a declared extreme public health emergency, or if the Department of Health and Human Services determines that a public health threat threatens the safety of the facility's residents. So again, existing laws on the left, the bill language is on the right. There's a lead-in, well, actually existing law is all just a subsection 5, but in the bill, there's some lead-in language, and then there's a paragraph A. And if you compare those, which I tried to do very carefully, the language is moved around, but it has the same import. It didn't change anything. I did highlight this last sentence because I think it doesn't belong at the end of paragraph A. I think it belongs in this lead-in sentence because it talks about who qualifies, not who, but what qualifies as the certain types of facilities. And that applies equally to paragraphs A and B. So I only highlighted this to just say move it up. It's not because it's different. It is over here. If you look right here, that language is there. So what's new is this paragraph B that would now appear in this provision of law. And it would say, again, it would allow the Secretary of State to create those alternate procedures if one of these subparagraph events happens. So DHHS declares a health emergency under the title that allows them to do that, or the governor declares an extreme public health emergency. And these are hyperlinked. So if you want to know what those mean, you can just click on them and read them. Or if the Department of Health and Human Services, like we said, determines that there's a public health threat to the residents of the facility. So why are there blue and green highlights? What has Janet done? Why is she crazy? Well, they're trying to help you. So the blue highlight is here in paragraph A. The Secretary of State and the Maine Town and City Clerks Association have proposed an amendment to this provision the way it appears in the bill. And they suggest replacing the phrase "in a facility," that's in blue above, with the phrase "for the residents of the facility." So what does that mean? Up here above, it says, to protect the public health, the Secretary of State can designate procedures for conducting absentee balloting in a facility to which this subsection applies. And they wanted to say absentee balloting for the residents of the facility. And this, they explained that they want to make it clear that absentee balloting through these alternate procedures might not actually be in the facility itself, but it is for the residents of that facility. And then in green, there was another proposed amendment, again, from the Secretary of State and the Maine Town and City Clerks Association. They suggested replacing this green phrase above, "of the residents of the facility," with the phrase "of the municipal clerk or the residents of the facility." So let's look at that in context. What this says is the Department of Health and Human Services might determine there's a public health threat that threatens the health, welfare, or safety of the residents of the facility. That's what the bill says could be a triggering event for these alternate procedures. And the proposal is that if the threat is to the health, welfare, or safety of the municipal clerk, then that also could be a reason to use these alternate procedures. There was another proposed, the next, I'm just going to read it because I'm tired. So the Maine Town and City Clerks Association requested that the Secretary of State be able to establish modified absentee voting procedures if, even in the absence of a formally declared emergency or threat, the facility has imposed restrictions that have the effect of prohibiting the clerk and the election staff from entering the facility. So under current law, which is reproduced in paragraph A in the bill, the municipal clerk is supposed to go to the facility to provide this absentee voting. And there's concerns that sometimes the facility itself, for its own reasons, may want the clerk to not enter, in which case there might be a need for some alternate voting procedures. And then finally, the League of Women Voters suggested that there should be alternate absentee voting procedures in these facilities if there's a local rather than a statewide outbreak. As I read the bill, this ability of the department to say there's a public health threat to the people in that facility, or if you adopt the amendment, or to the clerk, I think governs a localized outbreak. I checked with the Deputy Secretary of State. She and I read it the same. I did contact the Department of Health and Human Services to ask them, but I haven't heard back to see if they disagree with that. But I do think the way I read it, that's covered, that request. And then the other thing I just pointed out was moving that sentence in gray up to the lead-in language, because it's about which facility, and that applies to both A and B. So it doesn't make sense to put it just in paragraph A. Okay, the next part of the Secretary of State's bill is about the fiscal impact statements that are on direct initiatives. So current law requires that each page of a direct initiative petition, and those are the petitions that are signed by the voters, must include a place for the circulator's name and identifying number to be listed. So that's a person who's showing the petition to everybody. It also has to include the fiscal impact statement that's prepared by the Office of Fiscal and Program Review, affectionately known as OFPR here. And it also has to include on each page, immediately above that fiscal impact statement, a statutorily prescribed statement in 16-point font, informing voters that they have to be offered the opportunity to read both the summary and the fiscal impact statement for that initiative they're being asked to sign support for. So Section 5 of the bill would require both the fiscal statement that is prepared by OFPR and that information statement saying, hey, you have the opportunity to read it. Section 5 of the bill would move both of those only to the first page and not require them to be printed on every page. So I did suggest a few drafting issues. If you look right at the bill and you read this statement in 16-point font that's supposed to be on the petition, it says to the registered voter, hey, before you sign the petition, you must be given the opportunity to read the summary and the fiscal impact statement prepared by the Secretary of State. The Secretary of State, we just discussed, does not prepare the fiscal impact statement. That's OFPR. And the summary is actually a consultation between the revisor's office and the Secretary of State. So I spoke, again, with all of these issues, I did speak with the Deputy Secretary of State, and I think that it's fine if you just remove this shaded gray, because that's what's inaccurate about this. I don't know if you agree, but it does look to me like that would still give the voter what you want to tell them, which is you should have the chance to read the summary and the fiscal impact statement. If you wanted to say who prepared those, then you might need to change this a little bit differently. But I did want to suggest to you maybe considering removing that language because it is inaccurate. Another drafting issue was that the bill summary, if you read the summary, and it could just be that it was shorthand writing, but it indicates that the bill would require just the fiscal impact statement only to be on the first page of the petition. It doesn't talk about removing this statement, this whole thing. This, by the way, voter, you should have a chance to read the summary and the fiscal impact statement. The summary of this bill doesn't say that that's not going to be on every page anymore, but the way the bill is drafted, that won't be on every page anymore. That may in fact be the intent. I just wanted to let you know that the summary of the bill doesn't mention that, but that is the effect of the language in the bill. And then if you look through the other statutes that are surrounding this requirement to include the fiscal impact statement on the direct initiative petition also appears in another section of law, 901 subsection 5. And if you read that, again, it talks about the Secretary of State shall approve or amend the summary. Remember, I told you that's the revisers of statutes works together. That's where you get that. And the Secretary of State shall have the summary and fiscal impact statement printed on the petition form immediately following the statements required by 901A. So whatever you decide about whether this statement is going to be on every page or not will affect whether you also need to amend this section. So if you say the bill, I think it was a mistake, we want that warning to be on every page, but the fiscal impact statement only needs to be on the first page, then this is going to be inaccurate. So all I need from you is to know what statements you want to appear on what pages, and then I can work with the Deputy Secretary of State. I already asked her and she didn't mind, and we would make sure the statutes say what you need it to say, because as with many other things, just like in Title 28A, everything is mentioned several places in the law and you want them all to match up. That's my only point here. The next part of the Secretary of State's bill talks about petition instructions and the typeface that's used. So current law requires that the instructions prepared by the Secretary of State that inform the petition circulator, the petition signer, and the municipal clerk of the statutory and constitutional requirements for valid petition signatures. So current law requires that those instructions appear on a petition for a direct initiative or people's veto referendum in bold type or capital letters. So Section 6 of this bill would remove the requirements for bold type or capital letters. And the testimony was that this helps with readability for people who need to read those instructions. I did want to say that when I look at the actual Section 6 of the bill, it does remove the bold type and capital letters. It changes a which to a that. We see that sort of thing all the time when bills come before the revisor's office. They correct other grammatical errors, but it does do one other thing. It takes away the word complete before the word instructions. And at first I thought to myself, does that matter? But I don't actually think that change is intended to suggest that the instructions are supposed to be inadequate or incomplete in any way, because it still requires in the statute that the instructions have to include information on statutory and constitutional requirements, and it's still going to require that the instructions include conditions that have been held to invalidate either an individual signature or complete petitions. And I basically brought this up because I know there are some people on this committee who read every single word of bills very carefully. They're smiling at me right now. And I want to say, I saw that. I don't see it as a problem, but if you do see it as a problem, we can investigate that. I just wanted you to know that that word is being struck out. The next thing that the bill does is it talks about the timing of the Superior Court's decision on an appeal from a Secretary of State decision on petition validity. So that's kind of a big mouthful. So what do I mean? Under current law, a person can file an appeal with the Superior Court within 10 days of a decision by the Secretary of State that a petition for a people's veto referendum or a direct initiative is valid or invalid. So the person who's collected all the signatures, usually an organization, many people collected all the signatures, they bring all those on the petitions to the Secretary of State. The Secretary of State examines all of those and issues a decision of whether they think enough signatures have been collected. Current law says that you can appeal that to the Superior Court within 10 days. And then it also says that the Superior Court has to issue its decision within 40 days of the Secretary of State's final decision. And then, so that basically means that the Superior Court gets at least 30 days or around 30 days. The law goes on to say that if there's a subsequent appeal, that goes to the Supreme Judicial Court and they also have 30 days to issue their decision. So that's all current law. Section 7 of the bill would require the Superior Court to issue its decision either, as under current law, before the 40th day after the Secretary of State issued its decision, or, this is new, before the 90th day before the election, whichever is earlier. So the goal is to try and get at least 90 days before the election to get the decision, with the idea that then you can make sure, if you're the Secretary of State's office, that the ballots are printed correctly, that we know, is this direct initiative or people's veto going to be on the ballot? Do we need to design the ballot to include it, get it to the printers in time, get all the overseas ballots issued out in time? That's the goal. I do think there might be a problem with it, and this part really hurt my head, so I hope that I can explain it to you really well. And Deputy Secretary Flynn and I talked about it for quite some time. So under the Maine Constitution, and this I think is only really an issue for people's vetoes for a reason that will become a lot clearer once we get to the last section of the bill. But under the Maine Constitution, if you file the people's veto petition with all the signatures on it, that filing with the Secretary of State, that's the language used in the Constitution, the filing with the Secretary of State suspends the effect of the legislation that's subject to the people's veto petition. And then the very next section of the Maine Constitution says, as soon as, that's a quote, the effect of the legislation is suspended, the governor has to issue a proclamation ordering the vote to take place at the next statewide election that's at least 60 days after the proclamation. So I'm thinking worst case scenario, the petition signatures are all filed with the Secretary of State 61 days before the next statewide election. I don't know how often legislative sessions end at exactly that time, but theoretically, it seems to me it is possible that you have 60 days for all of the appealing and everything else to take place before the election, in which case it's not going to be possible for the Superior Court to issue this decision 90 days before. And the statute doesn't seem, as amended in the bill, to provide for that eventuality, because it just says it's whichever date is earlier. So my only question is what happens? I think that, and I spoke to the Deputy Secretary and she was going to speak to some others, so she may think that this isn't an issue anymore, and I just really did calculate it wrong. But and that's fine, I will not be upset. But if this is potentially a problem, there's probably a way we can write this to say it should be whichever is earlier. So at least 90 days before the election, the Secretary of State should know whether that question is going to be on the ballot, unless it's literally impossible, and then just as soon as possible. I think there's some probably some way we can write that if you want to direct us to, and that could be your proposed amendment. Then I also did want to point out, because this has happened recently, sometimes the Superior Court issues its decision, and the decision is, we want the Secretary of State to look at these signatures again. We have all of these concerns, and then the Secretary of State is to look at the signatures again, and then goes back to the Superior Court. So there are ways that these processes can be drawn out. So I'm just worried that you're going to be ordering by statute through this, if this bill is adopted, the Superior Court to issue a decision before it even gets the filing in the case. That's my worry. Hopefully that made sense. Okay, the last part of the bill, which is section 8 of the bill, talks about the timing of when the Secretary of State's office drafts the question for a direct initiative. So the Secretary of State, I'm going to go through the chart and explain how the timing works, but the Secretary of State testified that the goal of this provision is to ensure that the ballot question decision and whether the ballot question is correct and accurate is finalized with sufficient time to print the ballots for the November election. So this is another concern similar to the one before, where the Secretary of State wants to make sure they have the information they need to print the ballots in time. So what's changing? Under current law, the Secretary of State prepares an initial draft of a ballot question. Again, these are citizens' initiatives, and gives the public notice of that proposed draft currently 10 days after the legislature adjourns, if the legislature didn't enact the direct initiative. So I know you all know this, but just to remind you, if somebody wants to put a direct initiative on the ballot, they first have to present it after all the signatures are validated. They present it to the legislature. It comes in as an initiated bill. You're all given the opportunity. You can vote for it without change, and then boom, the process is done. It's been enacted. Or the legislature could say, nope, we don't agree with it, and then it goes out to referendum. Or the legislature could say, we have this proposed alternative, and then there's competing questions on the ballot. So under current law, the Secretary of State doesn't draft this question that's going to appear on the ballot until the Secretary of State knows that there will need to be a ballot because the legislature didn't enact the bill. The bill proposes instead to say 15 days after the Secretary of State validates all the signatures on the petition at that time. So this is before it even goes through the legislative process. At that time, the Secretary of State will start the drafting of the ballot question. So this means that all of the timelines that follow are going to be much earlier, because this is happening even before the legislative process is underway about considering the direct initiative. So there'll still be 30 days for the public to comment on the question after seeing it. And then the Secretary of State will still have 10 days later to then decide what the final draft will be. And that will all be the same. There is another thing that changes in the timing, and this is from the last sentence of Section 8 in the bill. So under current law, if the Secretary of State gives out their draft, everybody gives comments, the Secretary of State issues the final ballot question. Under current law, it provides that a voter named in the direct initiative application can appeal that decision to the Superior Court using the timing that we just talked about in Section 7 of the bill, where you have 10 days after the decision to decide to file an appeal. The Superior Court gets 40 days to issue its decision, or maybe until 90 days before the election. If you adopt Section 7, it's not going to really matter, because this is all taking place well before the legislature is out and you even know if it's going to be on the ballot. Because this is just an appeal about what the question says. Also, even though not clearly stated in current law, there was a decision from the law court last summer that said that if you're not the actual person who submitted the direct initiative application, you can still appeal the wording of the question, but you appeal through these lengthier timelines that apply under Main Rule of Civil Procedure 80C. There's all these timelines about how many days until you appeal, how many days for the briefs to be filed, how many days to file a motion about this, how many days to file a motion about that. It's much longer time frame. And I am just guessing because the testimony wasn't on this part, but I think the idea was to shorten all this up. So the last sentence in Section 8 of the bill would say that anyone who's appealing the decision of the Secretary of State about how the ballot question will be worded will be doing so under those abbreviated timelines in Section 905, which we just talked about earlier. So that's the other change that Section 8 of the bill does to this process. So the big change, as I mentioned, that Section 8 is doing is it's saying that the drafting of the ballot question is now going to happen before the initiated bill even sort of goes through the whole legislative process. There is, like I mentioned, lots of times two statutes talk about the same thing. So Section 9014 of current law also addresses ballot questions, and the way it's written is it says that the Secretary of State, excuse me, proposes a ballot question if the petition is presented and it's not enacted without change by the legislature. So if the Secretary of State under Section 8 of the bill is going to be drafting this ballot question without knowing how the legislature has decided, then you need to get rid of this language as well. So this would just be a conforming amendment if you agree with Section 8. I'm going to mute myself because I'm about to call. But luckily, I'm done because we don't yet have fiscal information on this bill.
Thank you, Janet, as always, for being very thorough and with department bills that amend the election laws. They are long. Are there any questions from the committee about any of the provisions in the election bill? Chairman Chiazza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. I know it's late. Hopefully this is wicked easy. What happens if the court does not meet those deadlines, those obligations? What happens?
I don't really know that there's a penalty for that, but I just didn't think, well, my thought would be you would not want to say by law you need to issue a decision before you get the case. That was all. But I don't think there's no like court police that are coming throw the Superior Court justice in jail.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that.
I don't suspect that we're going to be voting on this today. There's a lot to look at here. Are there any questions about what we've seen? I will just call on Director Flynn to provide any feedback on some of the choices that we have in front of us that we have seen. If you took any notes on that, and if you did not, we can certainly come back to that when we have this work session in the future. But there are some places where Janet said, depending upon what you want on the page, I think that those are answers that probably ought to first originate from your office, Deputy Secretary Flynn, because you are the one most familiar with the petitions and what you need. So that's what I mean.
I think when the legislature enacted the provision for each circulator to have a unique identifying number on every page where there are signatures, they appended it to the section that has the fiscal impact statement and the summary. So that's what made them both now supposedly be required to be on the same page, every page where there's signatures. The reality is we were looking through the law and we saw this and said, that's not what we're doing. We put the unique identifier on every page where there's signatures, but if we put the fiscal impact statement and the summary of the law on every page, there wouldn't be any signature lines because it would be a circular thing. There would be no room for it. And we had never read it that way. They were separate provisions. So it was just a drafting error, we think. So if you agree, that statement and the fiscal impact statement and the summary would be on the first page of the petition, and that unique identifier box would be on every page where there are signature lines.
Thank you. Any other comments from the committee? Is there a motion? Janet? Go ahead, Janet.
I just wanted to clarify that I don't know if you want to ask this now, but since we made Deputy Secretary Flynn stay so late with us, I didn't know about that Freedom of Citizen Information Statement, if that's supposed to be on every page or not, because the bill summary doesn't sound like it's asking that not to be on every page, but the way it's drafted, it does take it off the requirement for every page.
I believe, it was originally only on the first page. And I think by adding that requirement in front of it for the unique identifier box, that's where the confusion came in. So it would, in our view, it should just be on it's in 16-point font, the top of the front page of the petition, and the summary and the fiscal impact statement follow that. And then if there's room on page 1, we'd have signature lines. If not, they'll be on another page.
Thank you. Well, I thank everyone. I see yawns, and it's not because anyone is bored. It's Friday. It is after 5. Senator Farron.
I make a motion to table, Mr. Chair.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to
Third.
table. It's not debatable. It's been 4th and 5th. Karen, whenever you are ready, please call the roll.
Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Mearmont.
Yay.
Senator Mearmont, yay. Senator Farron.
Yay.
Senator Farron, yay. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCrate.
Yes.
Representative McCrate, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington. Representative Harrington, absent. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolph.
Yes.
Representative Dolph, yes. 11 voting in favor of the motion, 0 opposed, and 1 member absent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. It is unanimous. The motion prevails. We will close the work session on LD 1830. Thank you all very much for your attention today. Senator Farron, did you have something to say?
Just real quick, I don't know want us to run, but with permission of the chairs, I understand that earlier today on LD 1852, the resolve authorizing the Maine National Guard to sell certain property in Hollowell that went to work session and did your votes. And while everyone's here, I would like to cast my vote in the affirmative.
Thank you, Senator Farron. That takes care of an email that won't need to be sent to you. Representative Corey.
So is Senator Hickman going to do the driveway barbecue this weekend?
It won't be this weekend, but
is that gonna be?
It won't be this weekend. It's so cold.
Representative Chiazzo.
I think it would be fun in the snow.
Yeah.
It's not like I haven't barbecued in the winter before. I won't lie, but yeah,
We need to have one in honor of our good friend Representative Tuttle. So
of course we do. We do. And Representative Wood has made it so that I can't say no. So we will absolutely do it at some point before we adjourn from the second regular session in honor of our good friend. Representative Riley.
I also miss LD 1852, and I also cast my vote as yay.
Karen is nodding her head. Thank you very much. That will save an email. Janet, do you have anything for us more?
Just thank you for listening to me drone on and on.
Oh, it's never a drone. Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to remind the committee, Monday morning, 10:30 a.m., we are back at it again. So have a great weekend. Get the shovels out and snow plows because it's going to be a doozy this weekend.
I just can't wait. You know, this son of Milwaukee just really, really, really wants a lot of snow and a lot of cold. It's good. It's good for the groundwater and killing the insects off. So
good for maple.
Let it freeze, let it freeze, let it freeze, and let it snow. Anyone else? Excellent. Thank you for your work today. It was a sad, bittersweet day, and we will adjourn in memory of the wrestler himself, Representative John Tuttle of Sanford. Good weekend, everyone.
You too. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks. Everyone have a good weekend. Stay safe.
Thank you.